Hello? Hello, hi? Okay. My, yeah, I can see that there is a huge delay with my camera. I'm gonna try and just unplug it. Maybe I'll use my integrated webcam. Hi, Kat. I'll use my integrated webcam. Let's see what happens, if it helps somehow. It looks horrid. Come on. You can do it. I don't know, guys. I don't know what it works perfectly. Everything is fine. Obviously, until I'll start streaming. You gotta believe in my computer. I mean, it was perfectly fine before. I don't understand. If I turn off the preview, maybe it'll help you. I don't know if it'll help. Does it get any better? I've turned off the preview now. Now I can't see anything, obviously. But I'm lost for words because this computer, I'll put my specs in. It's got an i7. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. Yes, it's got an integrated graphics card from Intel. But what do you want from me? Like, and I really thought the firmware would have helped. I really did think so. I got to use the rain dance to try and persuade the gods of the internet and computers. I need to download the RAM. Back. What could be the problem? Because it was fine, guys. You saw what it did. It was fine. Is it because I've got the multiple monitors? I'll see. It's probably that. Okay, I'm gonna take out I'm gonna turn off one of the displays. Okay. And see if that helps. I want the big display so that I have at least more space. So I'm going to disconnect this display. So the YouTube thing will not be visible. Maybe this will help. I don't know. Otherwise I have to keep it on the small screen. Okay, looks like it's helped a little. The YouTube video, where are you? I guess it's of that size. We could put it here. And then we could put it here. There. Will that be a right size for you? And then chat will be right about, no, that's done. There we go. You're just gonna have to deal. Is that it? How much RAM did you say you have streaming? Will that up, won't it? How much memory do I have? Okay, well, we'll check that out, but it seems like it was struggling with the 3 displays. The graphic processor's struggling with the 3 displays, so turning the small one off. So I've got just 2 instead of 3. Seems to be working out a little better. There is still a slight delay though. That might be a delay in the preview though. I don't want it to be as annoying as this fucking video that has a delay though. So if it is as annoying, then I'm gonna turn my camera off. Have you tried to increase your friendship with your computer? That should overcome all obstacles. Well, when you increase friendship, it's like in Monster Hunter. When you increase friendship, you do stuff together, and I do everything with my computer. So I don't know what it wants from me. Maybe it's because I show it what I want in a desktop. But the thing is, I will still use it. I hope that you understand, little Dell, that I will still use you if I have a desktop, because I like to go to coffee shops to work. So please, she says, haven't gone to a coffee shop to work in months. I did unplug it. I took it to the couch last night. Okay, so actually before I turn the video on, I did a little picture for you guys. Okay. This is probably going to be in the intro video of diagramming why I do debate diagram. And basically we watch the video. You guys know this, but we watch the debate video. And then we have all the thinks. And we need to diagram things because we have the nerdy need to diagram things. We have confusion and ignorance about topics. So we have that floating around in our heads. I have opinions on everything. And then I have the nerdy need to analyze people. So all these things need to be put somewhere. So we put that into the streaming or the creating of videos. And that then gets the diagram diagrammed. And we get our behavioral and conversational observations. That then feeds our need for the nerdy analyzation of people analysis. Okay? And then we get some clarity on people's premises and conclusions, which leads to less confusion and ignorance. Woo! And then we also have, for another need that's satisfied, the nerdy need to diagram. So yay, happiness. And then also, there's also just the residual fun that I have with you guys. So that is why we do the very unnecessary thing of diagramming debates. Thank you. Okay. In Warhammer, nerd alert. Well, you guys are even nerdier for watching me. In Warhammer, praying to the machine god for their tech to work. Maybe try that. Okay. But do they do sacrifices? What do they do? All in on the psychonaut. Hey, D, welcome back. We missed you last time. You're not giving your PC daily baths. Okay, well, that's going to be a problem. Okay, thanks, Andrew, and thanks, Kyle. I'm sorry that your alerts are not working, Kyle. Let me just check. If I do something here, I think is it set to monitor and output? It should be here. Blurb, chat, audio, monitor off. Microsoft Edge. Twitch alerts, monitor off. Twitch alerts should be monitor and output. And YouTube alerts should be monitor and output. YouTube main overlay should be monitored. Let's see. I'm addicted to exposure therapy. I watched part 1 2 more times in prep for part 2. Oh my god. No, I watched the debate, guys. As we said last time, I watched the rest of it. There were some bits, because I was busy doing stuff in between, so there were some bits that went past me. So it's not like I have this very clear picture of the debate. But yeah, I got to the end of it. And it was tough, guys. I don't understand how this happened. It doesn't get better. I'm still new to that world, but just simply praying is fine. Okay, that's good. Oh, look, the page isn't responding. It's like, no, I don't want to go back here. Please, God. Okay, I'm just letting it all load because we've got shitloads that need to load. And we'll just quickly do a bit of a summary and also just show you what the presentation on Miro is like. So you'll be able to do this if you go to the link. I've also cleaned up a little bit since it's part 1. Okay, so I will even go. This is why we pay for Miro, but it's up to my computer to get the shit right. Stop it. I don't need to know about the webcam. I'm asking for the webcam to be used. Okay. Cool. So I made a little bit of a key. Massive camera lag. Yeah, you know what? It's because of Miro. I'll turn my camera off then. Let's do it that way, okay? I will try to give you buffering. Ooh. So is there camera lag? Is Nape Nape is MILF Manor is getting content is better content than this debate. Clearly she does not know how to appease the machine spirit. She must harvest additional resources to increase cogitator's abilities. It is hungry. Feed it so that it may fulfill its function. Yes or no, Sargon? I ask you yes or no question. Oh, jeez. Okay, so is it still bad? Still massive camera lag. Yeah, I can see. Okay, I'll just turn it off, guys. I don't know. Maybe I need to reinstall OBS or some shit. Okay. Who is this Mira? Sultan, what's up? Miro is the program we're using, yeah. But at least now you can see the full diagram without my silly face there. So I guess we're good. Although, okay, it's a little bit less delayed between the preview. Throw up your avatar. Okay, no, that's lame. You don't also need to see. There needs. I like the little audio thing that would show. Your camera is as jacked as Vaush's brain. We're done. Okay, guys. So just quickly, let's go into the frames, right? So made a key here. This frame shouldn't be showing all of this stuff on the side here, but whatever. We forgive Chinsia for this. So yeah, we've got our key here. I made the moderation blue because we'd have the gray blocks for summaries where shit just hit the fan and we can't really go one sentence at a time because we tried. I'm still looking at the camera. I just caught myself looking at the camera. Anyway, what's eating your processor power? Well, it's simple. It's OBS. If I go to Task Manager, it's OBS. And I will tell you who is using. I was on 100% of my CPU just now. Settings. Whoa. What settings? In task. OBS is on 20, 35% memory. Microsoft Edge is using more than OBS actually. This process group is efficiency mode to limit resources used by the process. Okay, well, let's see what's in here. Jesus. Extensions, GPU process, studio. There's lots of utility stuff here. What's using the most inside Edge? Not much. Cortana. Fuck off, Cortana. But you're using 0, so it's fine. Yeah, it's basically a fight between OBS and Microsoft Edge. And Chrome usually uses more memory than Microsoft. Yes, you were. We were all in there. And NVIDIA NVENC really helps with streaming. Can you put that into a non-NVIDIA having hardware thing? You know what I'm talking about? Who uses Microsoft Edge? Me. I mean, I could try it on Chrome. I'll try. But I don't think it's Chrome's Edge's fault. Anyway, I ate before this. No, it's already like lost its shit me trying to open another program. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. OBS taking more of the processing. Anyway, I think Opera is a good browser. Okay, I'll use that next time. RAM and CPU. Does anyone know those programs use GPU at all? I don't know. I just don't know why it suddenly stopped doing this. Suddenly stopped working very well. Maybe let's see how much the Miro app uses. Because maybe then, I mean, it doesn't really matter. There will be more. If I take Miro off the Edge. Okay. No ASMR. Wait, come on. Open it. Open the fucking program. There's the ASMR for you. Swear words, if that's a thing. Oh my gosh, for it to try and open this. Yeah, there was supposed to be a key from the beginning, but I lost track because I was too busy trying to keep up with the debate rather than make it make sense, which is just completely against what we were trying to do. Okay. It looks like this is worse because Miro is like hardly opening. Thanks for hanging around, guys. Let's see what this Miro. Oh, it's not even bringing up my task manager. Oh, wow. It's not even bringing up my task manager. Wow. It's not a kitty stream without technical difficulties. Yeah, as long as you guys are used to this. When task manager is using more CPU than anything else. Oh my god. Okay, well, with Miro down, I mean, with Edge not having Miro open, it uses less memory, yet less CPU, seems like. Or it's going between like 1%, 16%. I don't, wow. Have you closed all the porn tabs? Look, I have to keep them up. I think I'll sign in with Google for this. Everything's fine, yes. I'm actually on fire. I actually need to take my hoodie off. Just hold on. Ah. Hello? Oh, this seems worse. It's hardly loading anything. I'm so upset. And I said I would have patience today. To myself, I said this. I feel like I'm in the 90s with this speed. OBS is still using the most. Let's see. You can turn off. You can turn off. Maybe I just turn all of that off. Maybe somehow that will help. Like there won't be any alerts. Not that all of them are working anyway. There, that will turn off. It's all the spyware I've gotten, yeah. Okay. I wonder if a display, not a window display, but a application display would be better. Because it's a little bit delayed. Yeah, we don't do patience. This is not a thing. I wonder. Let's see. Oof. OBS. Working hard. I wonder if a... What technically wouldn't a an application window be worse for OBS? Okay, let's try to relax. Okay. I will try to summarize what we had beforehand, and maybe, just maybe, we will be able to do a stream. And I swear to God, does it make sense to you guys? Okay, can you can't see that it says activate Windows, right? I have that, and I'm wondering if that somehow causes shit. They like do it on purpose, because my Windows, my laptop came with Windows, but just the other, like a couple months ago, it was like, oh, by the way, your license is expiring, and so that just makes me think that the people as in the reseller that we bought this from, because it was basically saying that the server that my Windows comes from is not updating, so my license is not updated. So I actually, have lost my Windows. It didn't come with the manufacturer for a thing. So I'm like, cool. So I have to fucking buy Windows then, hey? Yeah. Don't worry. We're gonna get to the relaxing part of Vaush's behavior. Anyway, let me know what you think about that. So yeah, we got our key, and I've done circles for major topics. So when we shift a major topic, now I've got to keep this in mind as we go on. A new point that is still based on the previous point that has an elbow in it, right? And it's a solid line. Follows the same point is just basic, just moving through the conversation. We just go from one point to the next, one person to the next. What I've done for when it gets a bit derailed, this is kind of one of the ways that I was doing it earlier in different. There's such a delay, my God. Or you could learn MS-DOS prompts just to do everything. So yeah, maybe my settings what are my settings for my stream output for OBS? Maybe that could help me. Like with my FPS, what did I change in here that could have changed it? Output. Encode very fast default. Super fast. Unfast. Low CPU, lowest quality. Super fast. High quality. Audio bitrate. Video bitrate. It's not really that. Video. Yeah, I'm on 30 FPS. It's really not a problem. Process priority normal. maybe. Abnormal. That might make it worse. Anyway, fuck's sake, how many times am I going to say that? So, yes, so part of the thing I was doing is diversion from previous point. So instead of going on, we go upwards because it just shows visually that we're not moving forwards in the conversation. So yes, we're moving forward in time, so it might be a little bit the next block will be over here somewhere, but we're diverting from the point. It doesn't necessarily flow, so we go up in that manner. Also, when there are many arguments within things, and there aren't many actually, because this is basically just a conversation. I keep looking at the camera, but it's fine. You guys don't need to know that. It's just so funny. Okay. I'm not going to get out of that habit so long. Better not do that. Doesn't have these problems. I'm just saying, Nilo. He's a millionaire, I suppose. That's why. Okay, so conclusion. Yeah, we got the mini arguments in there. So I've got my little green line and a little circle to show. Okay, here's the conclusion, and then we can put little premises. So that means I had to break up some blocks that I had previously into different arguments. I'll show you that there. And then also the refutation line is red with a square. Relates back to previous point. That's kind of self-explanatory. There's lots of these arrows, especially in this debate, because it also shows us how far back in a conversation we have to go. And you see that. So let's go to the frame 2. I'm not even in present mode. I want to show you the frames. Okay, so we're on frame 2. Okay, intros, warming them up. Yep. We just had notes there, giving each other some crap. And like one of the best comments was like, "Oh, let's have a debate on capitalism and socialism. First question: what are your political leanings or whatever?" Yeah. So we did have some people saying, "Well, Vaush was just trying to figure out what's honestly trying to figure out what Sargon is trying to say, is in belief of." But I didn't have that interpretation of his behavior. I had it as more of he's trying to do a gotcha because he knows that Sargon is not for open borders. He knows these things. People are very generous to him by thinking that no, he doesn't know. And the way that he says it as well, my criticism is don't say so open borders due to economic growth. Don't put it into his mouth by saying that. Rather say, so do you mean? Literally you can use your so. Or even saying, so you're saying, is a lot better than so open borders due to, and just the tone of it, for me, I don't think so. I don't think it was a neutral way of asking the question. What color for character attack? Because, well, a character attack, I mean, we could, there's only so many uses of red we can use in one. We could do yellow because it's cowardly. Okay, so yeah, the name of these frames, if you could find them, I don't know if it shows. The name of this frame is Grape Gangs Arc 1. So this is the arc of the Grape Gangs. So we jumped straight into, well, you've been on about, do you see he's talking about so open borders, neutral answer, depends what you're trying to achieve. So you can see we have our jump up, not forward. We have a jump up. You've been on about grape gangs. What was wondering why? So he gives an answer. Fine. Clarifying question. It follows on. You see, do you have any issues with the asylum seekers? So it does, of course, follow on. So it's not an upward movement. So he does. I criticize what's the name, Sargon, for not expanding on this answer, because he's just like, there haven't been many. It's very loaded. And then there is the Kathy Newman. So are non-raping Muslims coming into the UK? So there are no clarification of not many. There weren't many legal asylum seekers. So they talk about the numbers here. Then there was this weird broadcast skip. They do some more numbers. There were 40,000 applicants for asylum seeking in the UK. And then he agrees with that. Sargon agrees with that. But it wasn't 180,000. The Muslim rape gangs are not from illegal immigration, he clarifies, which I thought he was the complete opposite. So interesting. Another Kathy Newman comes here because he goes, your issue isn't with asylum seekers, it's with immigration. And that's where I'm like, whoa, bro. And actually Sargon talks about it at the end of the debates, where he's like, he even admitted it in the beginning, where he said you're somewhat of a boogeyman to the left, to Sargon. And that's what he's doing here. He has these ideas of what Vaush, of what Sargon thinks. And he doesn't bring them up until he's confronting Sargon with them. Instead of asking Sargon to clarify these things, he just brings them in. Like as if they're an accusation. Anyway, so there's more of that comes up. And just here we've got issue with the grape gangs morally sound. So I've just got a line here that just shows you he's gone back to his I'm opposed to MR gangs. And so he moves on to reasons for this point being true. I like to examine the economic causes. So we go on. I do go down here just because it was just a new point. Majority legal, blah, blah. There's numbers. And this is where I do a little mini argument. Majority is legal equals young men. So the legal migrants are majority young men. So the violent crime increase is to do with the age of immigrants, which implies not their religion or their culture. Whether or not they are whatever, they have nothing to do with the spike in crime. So Sargon does agree that would be a factor, but grape gangs are based in identity because they all have certain characteristics where victims are non-M and perpetrators are mostly M. So we have actually a diversion, but I do have this as an elbow rather than a curvy thing because it is a yes, but. We're going to the next point. Crime stats, no huge bump outside of the normal up and down cycle. So he's saying, well, this actually doesn't even matter. So now we're talking about crime stats in general, but that doesn't nullify the incidence of those gangs that he was talking about. Anyway, so that's what Sargon says here. He's like, so what? And he goes into, again, the assuming of Sargon's opinion means it's no end. It's not the end of the UK. And again, we have the boogeyman thing of like, you've said this, basically. And he hasn't brought it up. There's no harm in asking or getting your opponents, whatever, to restate these things that you know about him. And if he answers in contradiction to what you've researched, then say, well, that's weird because there's this video where you say this and this and this. And you can get your gotcha out of that. So I don't see the point of just trying to just throw these topics at him. And then, there's just more of the ascribing things to Sargon. And he actually did point out his own assumption here where he's like, I didn't say that you said that. It's like, well, yes, that's why Sargon's asking you why you asked that. Anyway, we do have our first bit of moderation quite far down, like 10 minutes in. One at a time, guys. They spoke over each other in contention of assumption that was made. So he carries on. There's also another revert back to previous points. So do you see how often we are going back to previous points? Yes, this is basically half an hour of conversation we're getting through, But yeah, you can see these big jumps that always go back. And also the number of curves we get in. And guess what? Most of them, and I think it might even be all of them, come from Vaush. These upward things. Yes, I'm creating them. I understand there's bias here. But if there is one from Sargon, I would be surprised at the moment. Okay, so more referring back. And yes, Sargon does refer back to himself previously because later on, he's actually he summarizes his previous arguments because all of this was brought in here. Okay, it was brought in when he said this. So all of that diversion happened. And Sargon at the end had to go and, describe what he had done before. Sorry, guys, I know you want to get into the new stuff, but I just want to, we didn't do much of a summary because I was just so fucking dead last time. And also this is cleaned up, so I want you guys to see it. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just showing you. So we had the grape gangs. Now we're going to UKIP as far right. So that's the new arc that they go on. And basically the argument is supposed to be that, UKIP, Nigel Farage said UKIP is far right, and he's the founder. So it is an appeal, it's entirely an appeal to authority. And then what Sargon says is Nigel Farage's opinion is irrelevant. He's trying, and he explains to Vaush why it doesn't even matter whether this person's, whether he says these things. And then we have a silly thing of, is Nigel Farage in the UK? He doesn't understand what Sargon says there, so whatever. You can go and read the diagram if you want. But yes, he has to go again to reiterate that if you're not politically correct, then you're with the far right. That is the argument that Sargon's trying to make. Then all of a sudden he just continues in an attack tone. Like being anti-racist is considered anti-white, right? Whatever, and then we go, okay, you can't use that characterization of Q that isn't correctly called far right. So like the jumping up happens again because of our friend Vaush. And whenever then there's just to keep in mind later on with this Richard Spencer, he's trying to say that just because somebody says something, it doesn't mean it's true, which is how we get to the appeal to authority fallacy, which they then argue about. But really, there is an attempt for Sargon to steer things. And actually, Vaush at the end says that he was the one that was trying to keep on track, which I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe that this man could say that about himself. So yeah, we've got the appeal to authority, and literally here, what Sargon does is I didn't have to put a different argument over here. His premise comes from what Vaush is saying, where he's saying, oh, no, it appeals to authority it's not a fallacy, whereas he's just saying it's always a fallacy because the authority still has to prove the argument. And authorities can be wrong. We do have our mute that happened. And yeah, so basically, then the shit show ensues. Let him finish. He spoke for 90 seconds, blah, 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 blah. It's very ungentlemanly, Vaush. Okay, and at some point, trying to assure Vaush is not here to fight him. Then he goes, you've made all the money on acting calm, but getting people angry. He lost his shit. Vaush was angry this whole fucking time. And what have we spoken about? We haven't really spoken about anything of huge substance, okay? We had the little fight about the grape gangs. Then, okay, we went on to UKIP as far out, which was an accusation. Then we had to quibble about what that means. We never got onto an interesting conversation because here's what is your definition of the far right? He tries to get to that, and he does it again. How about you forget? You forget about Nigel Farage and tell me what you think the far right is. There were attempts to turn this into quite a stimulating conversation, but it was just a shit show. And then after a while, I lost my stuff. I was like, okay, more shit show. Quibbling who said what, subjective versus objective definition, Overton window and exercising power. So yeah, we will go back. We were at around 26 minutes. I'm going to restart. But yeah, here is, this frame is called My Sanity Leaves Me kind of thing. We made it capitalism. Yeah, I couldn't. And yeah, this is just a little summary I made of here. This is kind of a summary of the first 25 minutes where there's a conclusion that is made about Sargon by Vaush. If Sargon tries to get a word in, he goes, wait a second, that doesn't make sense, or he tries to argue it. Then we start talking about the terms involved in his argument over there. So we go off in that direction. If we get onto what Vaush is trying to say with the premise supporting, then he goes to some other conclusion that has nothing to do with the original conclusion, but he still bases it on this premise supporting. And he also uses an imaginary premise presented as an accusation. And this is that boogeyman discussion, because he has this imaginary premise presented as an accusation that leads to an unrelated conclusion. Anyway, that's about it. How many minutes are we in that it's taken me that long? Yeah, 47. Vaush quit listening. He just started watching the clock while Sargon talked. Then he just goes right back to the same talking point that Sargon just answered. Yeah, he does. He really doesn't. He's not listening. And actually, at some point, I think Sargon does say, you're not listening, Vaush. You're not listening. Vaush. Sophistry! Hey, Blaine, what's up? I'm up. We talking about capitalism yet? I think they talk about it for like 10 minutes. Anyway, so it does. It's actually in the Discord, Nape, the Always Sunny meme. Let's see what you guys have been saying. Okay, you guys, I think you're talking about character attack color is good. I think general dismiss the argument appeal might work as a general umbrella category. So I'm gonna be like, I prefer lemon gangs. What a surprise! Vaush went into the same way Bob talked to Eric and Lawrence with Lawrence Southern. Yes, the mentality of facing against an evil person, so they must refuse to agree with him. Yeah, you can't collaborate. You can't agree on any little tiny bit, because, okay, with Bob and actual fandom, they wouldn't agree because it seems like they were just very defensive. Whereas Vaush, I don't think is doing that. It's not about like trying to dodge and fearfulness. That is his objective. He is there to not agree with anything you say, and that is it. And it's not like a side. It's not collateral. You know, it actually is the purpose with which he enters the debate. It's interesting how how much work some interlocutors will go into just to make sure they never agree with an opponent. Exactly. This looks like that Always Sunny meme. The recap is good and needed. Thanks, Nihilo. Of course, Farage would say such things like an ex-lover who's dating one of your friends now. You talk. Yeah, exactly. That is basic. That is what Sargon is saying. He's like, you can't. You have to look at the context of why he's saying that and who he's trying to convince with that. Vaush quit listening. Yeah, there we go. So we are caught up with chat and with the debate. And I think I was also trying to avoid going back to the debate. I was like, that's it, we're done. And I was very tempted, Andrew, when you said, can we just go to the other one? Can we go to the, what do you call it? The Black nationalism one. And no, we cannot. We have to finish it. But don't worry, next Tuesday we are not going to be doing this one. Even I know we'll probably need to do part 3, but Tuesday will be a one-parter. I was always taught that you listen, and then when you respond, you restate what your opposition's premise or question is. Exactly. That is, it's even good, even if you're not arguing. It's a good way to communicate. When I was that's us virtue signal. When I was training to be a counselor, we did active listening, and that was exactly it. You have to. It was just to get you into the habit of really understanding what your opponent is saying. But he's not listening. He doesn't want to listen because he's going to put all the words in the big boogeyman's mouth. And it's just, and also I don't know how. Was it just that he had a lot of fans that came around and said that Vaush did well in this? Because it was said to me when we were talking about this. I don't know if you guys were just trolling me. That, oh no, this is that Sargon looks bad here. And honestly, I've watched the whole thing, and I'm sure there's some points where Sargon doesn't look good, but flippin' hell, the way that Vaush lost his temper here just did not look good. The fact that he had to be muted several times, I think it was twice, but still, like, the fact that he had to be muted at all, just so that there could be some sort of conversation, that's just doesn't look good. I don't know, if he's supposed to be the king of optics, he should have considered not losing his shit. And he does say to Sargon that, oh no, Sargon makes his money by looking calm and seeming moderate and whatever. And it's like, no, he's just not fighting. And yes, it does. If your opponent is making you look bad through being calm, you should probably be calm. I know it's probably frustrating because you're frustrated and then they're calm, but getting more frustrated and showing your frustration is definitely not the way to go. I took some psych in college. Maybe that's why I like this stuff. Well, yeah. It's very much, it's interpersonal stuff. Conversation stuff. You like people. And you like logic. And yeah, that's what we're doing this for. We're curious. And one more thing about the moderation. Obviously, I'll make notes as we go along. But the moderation in general, I don't think it was the problem here. I really don't. I think the fact that Vaush was just not cooperating was bad. I think you can't really blame Adam for actually getting involved. But anyway, I guess we have to do it. Vaush sounds smart enough to convince people. This goes back to tone and body language. Vaush is good about picking his times, even though he has nothing to say. Yeah, I just don't know. In this one, his tone, look, in whatever I've heard of him so far, his tone is the worst thing about him. His tone is just always condescending. It's never gracious. It's false a lot of the time. And I can't stand that. That would get to me. And I would have to get over it. And I don't think I could. I'd have to get over it in order to engage with him, and I don't think I could. Because I'd just be too mad. Okay, so we did get into basically a whole bunch of repetitive stuff. So let's see if we can.
Well, I'm not interested in talking about UKIP
also,
policy
he is
positions
loud
if
the
you're
whole
going
fucking
to.
time.
I did bring that up.
It was
and then
bad.
you brought up Richard Spencer. Are you interested in that? Because that is your most recent, despite you're not. Then why'd you bring it up? That's very strange, Carl. Why would you do that?
Because you are bringing it up. You mentioned that someone said
and they didn't have any control over
far right, then they are far right.
How's the audio, guys?
If Richard Spencer says he's a progressive,
really loud.
He is a progressive.
No, that was not my argument.
And he yells a lot
someone,
as well.
You are not saying. So let me help you out here. When you quote somebody, that does not implicitly mean you believe that by quoting somebody,
maybe
their word is not only true, but divinely correct in all instances.
You're right.
So when I said UKIP characterized as far right by Nigel Farage, I am not then stepping into
whether they listen or not. It's how
policy.
I mean, I've said it. It's not what you say; it's how you say it. And if how he says it is powerful enough to you, then it works. And clearly, it does for a lot of people. And good for them. That it doesn't work for me. It just pisses me off.
Specific
the term far right. I would have just defined them by their ideology.
I'm really sorry that the language use that I engaged in was very upsetting for you. I was using it specifically to quote again Nigel Farage, and I was going to follow it with specific policy pointers that I was going to use to describe why I felt.
Policy pointers.
We have spent the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Again, that's another thing that pissed me off as well, is that he is upset with how long they've been arguing about things that aren't. That all of this stuff is your fault, dude. All of this going back and forth, they're not really going anywhere. That's you. Categorically.
Arguing over whether or not far right is a valid characterization of UKIP, and then you demonstrated to me you don't understand what fallacies mean. I'm okay with talking about something I find a little bit more interesting.
You seem to think.
How about whether or not Richard Spencer is a progressive? Because earlier
he held on to this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna do this now. We'll go and just say, okay, that this, we're now in a new bit of the conversation. So I'm gonna start from here. Okay, and he did say, how about the fact that Richard Spencer is a progressive? Now, he was so debate-brained that he took this as Sargon saying and agreeing that Richard Spencer is is progressive. And I will put an arrow back so far to show you where this came from. Your claim, because he says your claim, Richard Spencer. He just heard this, and that's and that he got so excited about it, he didn't even realize what was happening at that stage. And I will show you. I'll take you back there. Dismisses previous. Uh-oh, we're getting to the typing problem. Sargon. Okay, Vaush is walking debate brain. He is. So look, Vaush was confusing appeal to authority with appeal to false authority. So I'm going to accuse him of the latter. To false authority. Well, I didn't even see the difference between. I didn't even see him say false and all of that. He was saying that you can't take that person's word for it. You will still need to go further to prove your argument. That's why he says it's always a fallacy. He didn't make that distinction between the two. So he says he wants to talk about Richard Spencer, right? Why did Sargon put that in? Okay, let's go back. This is appeal to authority. You see that? Okay, he said here, because now what he's trying to say here is that Richard, because Nigel Farage, Vaush uses the logic, because Nigel Farage has said that UKIP is far right, and he's the founder. Okay, that's the false authority, I suppose, that he's the founder, and therefore his opinion means that the whole thing, there could be no other explanation for him saying that that UKIP is far right. It's not this whole thing here, where what Sargon says is it's because he's trying to separate himself from the bad people. It's a political sort of grandstand. It's a game there. He's trying to say, look, I'm with the better people. I mean, there was even this thing where he's like, is Nigel Farage in the UK? He was not listening. This is one of the most egregious things of the debate, because Sargon is not talking about not saying that you have to be that Nigel has to be in the UK or someone. He's saying, you, Vaush, I can understand you're not understanding the nuance of the English environment. So let me tell you. So he just decided, let's quibble with this. Let's say, oh, well, Nigel Farage is in the UK. He's talking about Nigel Farage. Saying Nigel Farage is in the UK does not make any sense. But because he was so debate-brained, he had to make that argument. And here we go. This is why Sargon brings in Richard Spencer. Basically, the reason he says challenges his logic with an example. He's challenging and he did say, you can see how Vaush is really excited to ask. He was saying, I would love to get into that with you because Sargon said Richard Spencer is a progressive because he claims to be one. That was one of the things that's what he's trying to say that Nigel Farage says something, therefore it's true. That's what Sargon is saying. People can lie. He's showing you the example. People can say things that are not true for different reasons. So he completely jumped off from that, carried on. Did any of my logic, he literally said, did any of my logic say that words have no meaning and anyone can describe themselves without any consideration? He literally did do that. That is exactly what he did. But then we moved on. Then he goes back to, because you disagree with Nigel Farage. So we go into that. We left that behind. Sorry about that. But let's go all the way, maybe this is maybe 10 minutes. And let's get our line and bring it all the way back here. Wait. You're all right. And here we go. There. He's brought it all the way back. Thank you so much, Vaush. That was really a good idea. And he kept that in mind for that long to bring it back here because he thought he was going to get something interesting out of it. He thought that Sargon was making that claim. He was using it as an example, sir. So, yeah, that's a very funny thing that happened. So let's go and see what Vaush does when he finds out that that's actually not what Sargon was talking about. Let us see. The Farage far right or far white? Right. Far right or far right? Who knows? You need a new keyboard. It's not the keyboard, it's the computer. Okay, so here we go. Let's talk about your claim that Richard Spencer is a progressive. I don't know how. He probably thought, woo, I can argue with him about that. Like, guy, and you know what? I don't think Vaush is not dumb. I don't think he's dumb. He just refuses.
Let's
yes.
get to the policy.
Well, there's a difference between a fallacious appeal to authority and an appeal to authority.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we can look at it.
Okay,
if you can give me 3 minutes.
Okay, so let's go back here.
How about whether or not Richard Spencer is a progressive? Because earlier,
let's get to the policy.
Well, there's a difference between a fallacious appeal to.
So now he goes to instead. We're going to go up here. It's not a follow-on. We'll go instead to here, making. I have to focus a lot more on what each line means right now because I'm trying to stick to the key. We have to have a curvy one because he hasn't taken it forward, he's taken it up. And it's the appeal to the authority. Size 8 font in Vaush is 36. That is so true.
Authority.
And caps.
How about whether or not Richard Spencer is a progressive? Because earlier,
I mean, I can't even write.
Well, there's a difference between a fallacious appeal to authority and an appeal to authority.
You can see. Look, I know it's. My husband just came out of the room and sneezed and gave me such a fright. I can't. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. You guys have now understood why Gordon can't give me a fright in public. Because because I swear like that. It's an immediate reaction. I'm like, and it's the most egregious. I don't. Okay. Let's go. So there is a difference between. I need to figure out where I want this microphone. Yeah. Okay. Can you guys hear me nicely? I've moved the microphone away a little bit. Put that fright in your can't take it box. Yeah, I've got so many I can't take it things. Hello? It's not letting me type. It will let me change the view. Escape. Wait, what are you set to? Mouse. Okay, maybe that's why. Is public profanity legal? It's not illegal, it's just very highly frowned upon. He feels brave now that the webcam is. It's like he came, because I heard the door. It's like he came out just to sneeze in that manner because he saw I was focused. Fucking asshole. And he loved it. You should have seen the smile on his face. Whoa. That's a nervous laugh. Okay, there is a difference between an appeal to fallacious appeal to authority. See, this is actually it's more stuff that isn't capitalism and socialism.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we can look it up if you'd like. If you can give me 3 minutes.
Let's not look it up.
I don't see why we need to.
We can hear. Oh my gosh! I'm gonna put a little description box in here. We can look it up. And I'm gonna write here. Tapping noises. Oh, as Vaush looks it up. And in the super chats, people were putting the definition and being like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay. I do declare, Sargon is a white nationalist. Is it like a naked guy sneeze? What is that? I need a new keyboard. Yeah, totally new. And you know what? The keys themselves are a problem. I can already tell even a new keyboard, those keys would be a problem.
You don't want to look it up? You don't want to look it up?
We'll look it up after the stream. Let's move on to...
Yeah. He sounds like a dad. So I'm going to put you as well. Like, Adam, we'll look it up after the stream. Like, we'll get out. We got definitions at home. We'll look it up after the stream. I think that's another commentary thing there is it is also the responsibility of a moderator to move the conversation. I'm still very so he smiles at me. I'm still quite shaky, guys. Okay. Yeah, it's important for the moderator to move the debate on. I don't like ending this in an area. Okay. I think Adam may be lying about looking it up after the stream. He doesn't let them. Yeah, he's like a dad. Dad's lying. Why would you put the text over there? Show us. Dad is lying. Dad is lying. Okay, we have gotten 5 minutes in. You can look it up. Why don't you want to look it up? Otherwise, you see Disney Vaush badgering tactic deployed. This? Adam dadded. I think Adam maybe did a moderation is generally pointless without strict rules from the start. But those are off-brand definitions. Otherwise, you see Disney Vaush badgering tactic deployed. Yeah. Look, what's your definition of strict rules? I think that just trying to maintain fucking decorum would be rule 1. Don't yell. He yells. I know that I'm a yeller, but he yells a lot. And his volume's high, and they don't have control over it. This is definitely initially badgering, yeah. Badgering the witness! Oh my god, let me click. Thank you. A dad lie like, son, you can be anything you want to be when you grow up, or don't worry kids, me and your mom are not getting divorced. It's also, it's like, yeah, cool, we'll come back to the store and get it later. No, it's fine, we'll get it later. You can have ice cream later. I'll buy ice cream tomorrow. Want to look it up? I'll getting the definition one. Speak Vaush, bris. I like that. Oh my gosh, if this computer would just, please. I don't want to do 2 parts again. It really fucked up everything. Okay, did you attempt to disassemble strict and rule? What does what mean? I'm just saying. Strictly upheld rules, I suppose. Okay, let's see.
Descriptions you wanted to bring up, Vaush.
I'm actually, well, and I'm particularly curious now because this was brought up without my involvement.
Oh,
Richard
so
Spencer being a progressive, you claim that
let's talk
I
about
have
the
suggested
policy positions that you were about to bring up.
Well, I'm not interested in talking about UKIP policy positions if you're going to.
Richard Spencer. And yeah, okay, let's do it like this. Let's show that Sargon tries to go somewhere else by doing a little curvy curve here. Let's talk about those. You mentioned. And then it's like, no, never mind. I want to do the Richard Spencer one because that's the one that I want to attack you on right now. And then he goes, Richard Spencer. And then like, oh wait, also, I'm also just going to say, gosh, very very pleased he didn't bring this up himself. I don't want to talk about. What is his argument? He's if. Like, I don't want to talk about UKIP policies if.
I did bring that up, and then you brought up Richard Spencer. Are you interested in?
Wow, he says, and then okay, so there's this if, right? And then he says, I did bring that up, but then you brought up Richard Spencer. I might be mistaken, but I don't think that happened in time together. I don't know. Maybe there was some sort of hustle and bustle of interruptions that happened down the line where this dotted line goes. Maybe there was some sort of line there, sort of altercation that involved Sargon, involved Vaush suggesting they talk about policies, but then he brought up Sargon was forced to use the logic of what's the name of, well, if Richard Spencer says he's I think actually Sargon brought it up, but anyway, okay, fine, we don't need to worry about that. If okay, so if, and then Richard, I did bring up the policies, but you brought up and my comment here is he still hasn't noticed that it was brought up to as an example to refute his his logic. Okay. We've got definitions at home, classic Adam. Exactly, it really was like that. Prescriptions were the point at the very beginning of the debate, right? Oh, policies, tiny little thing. No, I don't even think so. So, oh yes, I just wanted to know, when I'm typing and stuff, I know you guys are all just engaged anyway in your brains and your thinking. But if I had like some copyright-free music playing in the background, would that make you feel better? Or are you okay with the dead air? I'm just asking. I think my computer would die if I made it play music and play a video, but you know, at some point.
Because that is your most recent, despite you're not. Then why'd you bring it up? That's very strange, Carl. Why would you do that?
Because you are bringing it up. You mentioned that someone said if Nigel Farage say UKIP are far right, then they are far right. In the same way that if Richard Spencer says he's a
recent, despite you're not, then why'd you bring it up? That's very strange, Carl. Why would you do that?
Because you.
Did he say I don't want to talk about it?
And then you brought up Richard Spencer. Are you interested in that? Because that is your most recent, despite you're not. Then why'd you bring it up?
Not interested. Aren't you interested in that? Why did you bring it up? Let me just mute myself so I can yell at Gordon. Oh my god, OBS, please. I'll just have to move. Sorry, you can't see me yelling, but I was yelling. To make Gordon let Axel into the room because we were going to hear meows, meows. Okay. Roulette asks why. Doesn't want. No, asks why Sargon brought it up when he says. You see, this is one of the biggest, for me, that's a big thing. I think it's, wow, dude. I know it's pretty basic and simple and not the biggest end of the world, but just for me, it's so indicative of his debate brain. He fucks around and he finds out. Explains. It refers back. And yes, absolutely everything is biased in here. It's biased towards what is correct and what makes sense. And that's why Vaush looks bad in this. Dark mode on your screen would make me feel better. And puppies. Okay, let's see if it does have dark mode. Oh, there is reduced motion, which I was supposed to turn on. Grid. Shortcuts. Come on, palette. I can go and change that. Reactions. What is this? I don't know where I can find dark mode. Let me check it out. Aye! You didn't need to see that. Now you're seeing it again. Fuck you! Okay. Dark mode on your screen would make you feel better and puppies. Well, these nuts, now you've done it. That's not your fault. I was just, let me just turn off this and then I can do it. Okay, I'm looking around for you, these nuts. Preferences. It's no big deal. Make it comfortable for you. As I was just saying, I've brightness down on my screen. No, I don't like it either, actually. I need to figure out. I'll just check on my phone here. Use dark mode in Miro. How to enable on Android? No. On PC. Web browser? Nope. Is it useful? Chrome and install the add-on Dark Reader? Oh god. It's like you can see range. Oh, it's not there yet. They don't have dark mode. Sorry. They really don't. But maybe no, I can't even change the smart view, set start view, add comment. Like if I could change the grid color, that would be great. But yeah. So let's get back. Sweet. Ooh.
That's very strange, Carl.
Vaush,
Why would you do that?
Because
Vaush,
you are
push your
bringing
mic back a
you
little bit.
mentioned that someone said if Nigel Farage say UKIP are far right, then they are far right. In the same way that if Richard Spencer says he's a progressive, he is a progressive.
No, that was not my argument.
That was his argument. Please, can you tell me what his argument was? Like his argument was, it wasn't if Nigel Farage says this. That wasn't his argument. He didn't word it that way. That's fine. But his argument was Nigel Farage is Nigel Farage. And because he said this, that means that UKIP is far right. Because he said a thing, it means a thing. That's literally the argument he was making. And no, he decided that this is, now we're just going to pretend that that's not his argument, okay? UKIP is far right, then it is. Just like, okay, I'm just going to say, no, what am I trying? I want to put it in the structure of an argument. It's an ad absurdum, so it's like, it's absurd. It's not necessarily true when someone says something. Okay, and you guys. Okay, come. My God, come on, Miro. Hello, Galente! I'm late this time, but I love the lunch break streams. Time for round 2. Fight! Oh my God, it's horrid. We're trying to keep it a bit more structured. I'm trying very hard to try and structure it as hard as I can. I did a whole recap that you can go and have a look through, but there are technical difficulties in between. Guys, come on, let me close this. Here we go. It seems like OBS is upset because I'm making it show what's on the YouTube screen. Escape. Can you, hello, Miro, hello? This thing is gonna crash. Hello? I'm clicking and nothing's happening. Oh, look, something happened. Look, oh, what's happening? Jesus. There was a bit of a clog. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is just for you, Galente. It put it up. It caused trouble. Just for you when your arrival to welcome you. Okay. Da-da. Oh God, just let me do text. It's not a no, I don't want a comment. I want this. Oh my God, this is taking forever. Okay. Hi, view Palate. Okay. Yes, the webcam died it. Well, the use of the webcam died it. The webcam worked it, but OBS couldn't handle it. For those times. Did Adam just mute Vaush for the last like 15 seconds? I think maybe you're picking up on the delay. Oh, he probably did mute during this. Maybe he muted during this. This part here, the Richard Spencer can say is progressive. So we must note when he's muted, because I don't know if it's more than twice that he's muted. Because that's part of moderation there. Let me see.
Well,
if Nigel Farage say UKIP are
then why'd you bring it up? That's very strange, Carl. Why would you do that?
Because you are bringing it up. You mentioned that someone said if Nigel Farage say UKIP are far right, then they are far right. In the same way that if Richard Spencer says he's a progressive, he is a progressive.
No, that was not.
Yeah, it wasn't muting. It's just because of the delay. But we'll keep an eye on it. I think he does do it again. Okay, I do want to put a line, but I'll put it back here to where he brings it up, because this dotted line matches up with this dotted line. Okay, we know that we're going that far back in the conversation. It has been noted. Okay. No, that wasn't my argument. What is it, his argument? Will this be an elbow or will it be a straight line?
My argument. When you quote someone, you are not saying. So let me help you out here. When you quote somebody, that does not implicitly mean you believe that by quoting somebody, their word is not only true, but divinely correct in all instances. So when.
Wow, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna put an elbow, because it's very nearly an upwards thing. Okay, an elbow means we've gone on to the next point, but it's related to the previous point. So I'm saying it's very loosely related. Okay, so what he's doing here is generates new arguments. Supposed argument, claiming. Okay. We are going to take weeks, guys. But hopefully we reach 500 subscribers by the time we get to the end of this debate. I feel like I want that to be our goal. Because if it's going to take this long, I want it to coincide with something. Okay. But yes. What did he say? Oh yes, did you guys answer me about the music? I know you guys want the performative technical difficulty. Kitteh, actual technical difficulty. Yes, we had that with Dylan. All the technical difficulty. Oh, you guys can't see Daisy losing her shit on the scratch pad. Hey, baby girl. Okay. Sorry, squirrel. I make it hard for people to review my streams this way. That's not the reason I do it. he says, if you quote a person, sorry, I'm gonna want to get this right.
When you quote someone, did you do that?
Because you are bringing it up. You mentioned that someone said
he's eating his mic.
If Nigel Farage say UKIP are far right, then they are far right. In the same way that if Richard Spencer says he's a progressive, he is a progressive.
No, that was not my argument. When you quote someone, you are not saying. So let me help you out here. When you quote somebody, that does not implicitly mean you believe that by quoting somebody, their word is not only true, but divinely correct in all instances. So when I said you
Let's reword. Yeah, well, if we got it to be...
That does not implicitly mean you
Thanks, Galente, for the reminder.
Believe that by quoting somebody, their word is not only true, but
What's Operation Whale Kaboom to celebrate?
Divinely correct. So let me help you out here.
I also want to, I will note that let me help you out here. There you go, Kyle. That's one of the things I don't like about him. Why do you need to say it that way? Because why? Because you must see how bad it gets, okay? I don't think we'll get there tonight. But he properly just like starts going off at Sargon. You're this, you're that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sure his fans loved it, but to me it looked so pathetic.
When you quote somebody, that does not implicitly mean you believe that by quoting somebody, their word is not only true, but divinely correct in all.
He uses that again. He goes, it doesn't mean that if you quote somebody, it doesn't mean that if you quote somebody, you believe. He actually repeats it. Okay, sorry. If I was going through a transcript, I would write stuff about that, but that's not what we're doing. We're just trying to take the meaning out of his words, not go all the way down to his word sentence structure. Although we do that sometimes, I suppose we do. Quote someone doesn't implicitly mean that what they're saying is true and that everything they say. That doesn't mean, when you quote someone, it doesn't implicitly mean that you believe what they're saying is true and everything that there's is divinely true, accurate or something. Okay, what does he mean by this? Him attacking Alabamians was while claiming to be the poor for the poor is weak. Yeah, that's horrible. It's peak. Is this a conservative channel? I suppose it is. It's the more I interact with Sitch and Adam, the more I realize I'm quite centrist. But yes, by the standards of most leftists, it would be as conservative channel. Hi, Ty. Okay, so let's go.
All instances. So when I said UKIP characterized as far right by Nigel Farage, I am not then stepping in to say that I believe Nigel Farage is an empirical, objective, divine arbiter on all things political.
Okay, so he's saying, so why did you bring it up then? Okay, so he's saying by quoting that Nigel thinks UKIP is far right, it doesn't mean I believe of political
far right by Nigel Farage. I am not then stepping in to say that I believe Nigel Farage is an empirical, objective, divine arbiter on all things political.
Okay. Okay, I'm not, I do need to put a disclaimer on my diagrams that I'm not going to be writing exactly what people wrote. I'm trying to get the gist of their arguments because otherwise it wouldn't be a diagram. But this is quite interesting. By quoting that Nigel, because it's very wordy, we have to break it down. By quoting that Nigel Farage thinks he is far right, it doesn't mean I believe he's some objective empirical arbiter of all things political. Fine. That, of course, just because you bring up one thing said by someone, that doesn't mean you believe it. Of course, that would be guilt by association. That's stupid. So if Sargon is saying here, well, you like Nigel Farage because you quoted him, well, that would be a bit reductive.
And you have somehow turned that.
That's a ridiculous standard. No one thinks that about anyone. But you are saying that Richard Spencer.
Okay, so interrupt. He did interrupt him, but yeah, so there's an interrupt. Just, I want to make a note that there is one there. Interrupts. Interrupts with refutation. What's up? I was just wondering. That's okay, Kevin. Just see if you agree with what's said, Kevin. That's all. Don't know why people go out of their way to feed their own tribalism. What Vaush means is that your guy doesn't always tell the truth, but in the case of Nigel, well, good, we're good there. Yeah, look, if I can understand where somebody is relevant, you can say that. But then I suppose you would then be bound to remain consistent in believing everything that he says, Nigel. If you go, oh no, he's lying about this, you can, I guess you don't have to be consistent. If somebody lies about something, you can believe one thing wasn't a lie, and you can believe something else was a lie. Okay, if two things are said by the same person, but you then need to accept that this is like if you're in court, when somebody has lied about something, their credibility is lowered. So if you decide to take, you are saying you have some faith in that person by bringing them up, for sure. But definitely, as Sargon says, nobody really holds that position of, no, because you quoted that man, then you must hold absolutely everything that they say in the highest of regards and find it as gospel. That's definitely not something that Carl was ascribing to him, and I don't think he would be that stupid to ascribe it to someone, because he would be burnt by that very easily, by guilt by association. That doesn't make sense. So it should be about the merit of the arguments, but I thought I'd ask. I leaned center left, but gave up on Vaush a long time ago. Okay, no. Look, we do try. The point is to look at the merits of the arguments, but we do also, with debate diagram, we also looking at the behavioral facets of it. So, because it would be very easy to just do, like, there was a software that was recommended to me that is used for philosophical classes where they map logical arguments. That's really useful. But because we are doing a lot of behavioral analysis and commentary, it's more of a conceptual diagram that we are creating here. So we do note the arguments logically. We do note them and give our opinions on them. But and then we also do try to relate, to show how they relate to the rest of the conversation. And also, we do look at the manner in which people are debating, the manner in which the moderators work. So yeah, it's a whole part of it's more than just the merits of the arguments. We've actually had what really is interesting that we found out here, Kevin, is with these debates, a lot of the time there are arguments that would be good or that would sit nicely, that actually, you know what, the only thing you would do is just disagree on a certain premise, which is a lot of the time what happens. Because you're not, minds don't usually change in debates. It's just how you get your argument out. And it just seems like the way that debates have happened, when they get so contentious, you can't make good arguments. Your arguments fall flat, or you don't even make arguments, which is what Vaush has done here. And what I've said before is, it's not that he's dumb. He's not doing this because he's dumb. He's very much decided that this is not. He's not going to talk. He's not going to have a conversation. Meaning, there's two parties and they collaborate to find common ground and to find meaning and understand each other. No, instead, we're just going to immediately jump on each other, and nothing is allowed. Nothing is conceded. And if it is faux conceded, oh yeah, I agree. It goes in, like we have yes buts. We have a lot of yes buts, and we have attack tones and things like that. So all of these big jumps upwards as well are refusals to take the conversation further. That's why we keep going up. Okay, cool, we're going down here because we're going back to, we're getting a new point. Okay, cool, that's good. Let's flow. Oh, wait, we're going to go over here instead. So, yeah, that's part of why we do this in such egregious detail. It's very interesting stuff. And yes, it is cathartic because I have very much lost my mind because of Vaush. I'm sorry. I'm glad you gave up on him, because why did you? Just tell us. Why did you give up on him? That's interesting. I'd like to know, because I don't know. Oh, I suppose you probably said so. Let's see. Good on you, Kevin. That described me to you. Just never liked my Vaush myself. Yeah, so I really can't find him. I can't. And you know what? If you stick around, please do stick around, because we will be going over his Black consciousness debate, where he's arguing for a rather conservative side. Conservative, more of a right-leaning argument is occurring. So that will be interesting to see, because will his tactics still irritate me as much when I'm in agreement with him? More in agreement, because I don't know what his arguments are. But yeah, that will be interesting, so stick around for that. But this is going to take a while. Vaush brings us all together here. We're all getting together to overcome the trauma. Speaking of behavior, is it not annoying Vaush has put his face so close to the camera that it's giant? His giant head is fitting his galaxy brain is out of... You know what? That is true. That is an interesting... I'm going to write that down. Nape. I know it's funny, but it's true. Commentary is in the black blocks, Kevin. So it's quite interesting that he does that. Is that something that we could say it's like being in someone's face? It's like being closer to them. It's like the louder volume. He even gets distorted, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't do that on his own stream. So it is annoying, and he ignores it. He ignores it a lot. The whole stream he does. Kevin, you really picked up crazy time to join us. Yeah, this is the worst. This is our worst debate. Vaush has outpaced us digitally and sarcastically and everything. He's there to grow his brand. Hey, what's up, Scum? How you doing, bro? Yeah, this maps my interest in logic and argument, and I've always struggled to see the logic in a lot of debates. Yeah, it's very easy. We were actually talking about that earlier. When you say something a certain way, maybe it sounds convincing, but it actually doesn't necessarily work. Sorry if you can hear me picking at my nails. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make logical sense. So what Vaush is doing is being an orator. An orator, however you guys want me to say it, I'll say it. And that's how he gets through. But I don't think this one was optically the best. I would say more liberal. It's more liberal than right leading. Yeah, I think he is superficial in his ideas. I wasn't learning anything by watching him. Yeah. Kevin H sounds about right. Is Carl still here? No. I think he's gone back to work. He does come and say whenever he can. That loud mark is a tactic by Vaush. Some people said so. They think so. Oh yeah, and just about that, Andrew, like about liberal, like the way that people, I would be a liberal. Yes, in the old sense of what liberals were before libtards occurred. I was a liberal. Or I didn't move. I hardly moved on anything politically, and all of a sudden I'm far right. Like, just for having certain opinions, you are immediately far right. That was one of the points that Sargon is making. It's like, geez, if you hold one thing out of line, it's the same thing as J.K. Rowling. Jesus, she's liberal as they come, and then all of a sudden, no, she's far right. She's transphobic. She's everything. It's yeah. I actually don't even know whether political labels are worth it anymore. Okay, I'll put this down here. Let's do something here. Let's try and be. Let's try and interact. Is the loud mic deliberate? We are far out, dude. Oh my god, I love that. I'm gonna say that. Hey, Death by Sloth! How's your kitty cat? How is the rest of your birthday? I didn't give you much of a choice, so I didn't put maybe. Sorry for that. Can I edit this? No, I don't think so. Just say no if it's a maybe for you, okay? Live in 4K. That's the Overton window. No. Okay, we're back. We're back. More like the Overton slit. Hey-oh! Okay, guys, I'm back. It did say it was disconnected. I think the next thing we get is the those power things. I like Destiny a lot better and discovered him while I was watching Vaush. I don't really know what I think of Destiny, but so far, just from his reaction to the Lawrence Southern debate, he's funny, and he seems to get as full of rage as I do when something is silly. So. Guys. WTF. Okay, we're back. That's the second disconnection. Stop it. Left versus left, like Vaush versus President Sunday. Walter Mellon, please do join. Are you on? I don't know if you're on the Discord, if you joined the other night. Oopsie. Oh my fuck. I still can't type. Third time's lucky. There we go. And if Stream Elements will cooperate, maybe you'll get it. There you go. Okay, so there is a section for the debate diagrammers. And welcome. I don't know, did you guys see in chat that I did the Discord link? Pay your WE. Listen, yeah. My husband's got to pay for all of these things. No, he's paid for them. It's, you're like a minute in the future now. Whoa, creepy. Shall I just sit in silence for a minute? I don't have the preview on the YouTube one, because I don't want my computer doing stuff. Not on Discord. We'll check it later. Okay. Well, the point is, also, if you don't want to go on Discord, we'll say, there is a post on the community tab. You can't pin posts on the community tab. Maybe I should just link to it in comments all the time, because that's where people have also put their recommendations for which debates they want to do. So if you're not a fan of Discord, you can put yours there, and just if you come up with any new ones, just always put them there, and you can tag me just in case I don't notice. But yeah, we've got a whole list. We've got a long ass list, and I want to do. Just by the way, we do some media ones, some absolutely, like, it doesn't have to be a political debate. It's just any debate, any argument, any disagreement. We like mapping that to see how it goes. Like obviously it's internet ones are quite nice. I do want to do some change my minds, and yeah, some formal debates too. See what those are like. Well, kaboom! Is that the one? Oh, also, I got to the side quest. I wish that I could make stream markers through OBS, but I mean through Steam Elements, but I can't. Anyway, I just did it by mistake. No, not by mistake. I tried. Anyway, what I was trying to say before I interrupted myself. Isn't that so annoying when that happens? That I got to the part in Arcane that Doomer and EFAP were arguing about. And so I was keeping my ears up, my eyes out to see what it feels like for me. Where would I have come down on that debate? Because they were debating whether it was too convenient what that Caitlin found Vi. And just the way it was, I fell back onto the exact thing of, yes, it's very convenient, but all of the actions that led to it, those ones made sense, and that's why it didn't feel contrived. So convenience and contrivance are not the same thing. So that's where I land on it. But I definitely see why it would feel that way to Duma. And I really hope Duma doesn't, like, I thought that Duma was just sticking to his guns because he was just being stubborn, but he still believes that he's right, and that's fine. And I think because he didn't watch the video, the stream, he got probably a bit upset with me or with us for going over it, because she was given so much shit for that in the past, I suppose. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. That's why we like looking at conversations. It doesn't have to be a huge political debate. It's literally if you disagree on whether something is a contrivance or or just convenient. And what's interesting about that, if we go back to that debate, which I need to add into some video at some point, what they didn't talk about was the definition of contrivance, and that's what we also want to do in our debate diagrams, is pick out how we could have done something differently, which is kind of how EFAP does that with narratives. Okay, second side, third, fourth, fifth side quest done. How long would your patience last in a Trump versus Biden debate? Oh my god, that's gonna happen, isn't it? These two old farts just yelling at each other. Oxford Union debates, monk debates, whatever you want, Nico. In Oregon, they forgot how to deal with the beach dead whale, so they tried to blow it up with dynamite. It did not go well. Kick Duma. Oh, no, it never kick a stoat. Duma's suspension of disbelief was being challenged. I can't say I disagree. Yeah, that's fine, Nico. Like, and you were great at keeping us even keeled with that. You explained when you put it all together for me, when you put them all of those instances together, right up close in one message. I was like, wow, that is a lot that came together to help her. But in the pacing of the story, the way it was done, it doesn't feel like all of those things just happened nicely. The only thing that was very quick for me was the admin. That was maybe the biggest thing for me, is that she got this prisoner released very quickly. But I suppose that is just the power of the council. Anyway, after thinking about it more, there was some level of serendipity, but it does exceed normal levels of luck. Doesn't exactly serendipity. I like that word there, Andrew. That it's fine for that to have happened, because it's serendipity. It's the story occurring. It's for me, obviously, but his suspension of disbelief for him was not. It was he was brought out of the story. But for me, and I asked Gordon as well, because Gordon's very critical of shows and things like that. And he's actually really enjoying Arcane. And I said, okay, cool. I paused it once we were done through that part. And I was like, so what do you think of this? And it's like, look, it's very lucky. But I will agree that all of the actions that were taken made logical sense. And that makes it feel like it wasn't a contrivance. It all makes sense. As opposed to when we have our Guy Ladriel jumping into the water for absolutely no fucking reason. Yeah. Just think when you consider the two things. That doesn't mean that Doomer is completely wrong and categorically wrong and we must now kick Doomer. Just means that's what he thought, what he felt. Maybe some people thought it made perfect sense that Galadriel jumped into the water. Caitlin had 99% hard work and 1% luck. Yeah, and also, and yes, and she was prepared to capitalize on the luck that presented itself. And there was enough struggle between the two of them to gain trust. Like, I know it was still like days, which was very quick, but it's there was this. She's like, oh, I knew this was a bad idea, and that sort of stuff. She says that, and it's not lampshading, in my opinion. I think it's just part of the story where she's like, fuck, I knew I shouldn't have done this. And you can see, I think it's very well shown that she does have some trepidation about doing this, but she has no choice. And yes, it just came to her. There's footage of that whale explosion. It was one of the first videos I ever downloaded from the internet. I posted it in the Discord. Hopefully you watch it someday. Oh god, guys. Okay, that is at the 2-hour mark. We are... Where are we?
But you are saying that Richard Spencer...
We haven't gone beyond last time, because we kind of did let it trail off at until 30 minutes, because I just wanted us to be at the round 30 minutes, but I did go back and we haven't gone past that point. We're still at 26 minutes. That's true. Stream Elements. Now I can stand because the webcam's off anyway. She had to jump. How else would we know that she's a woman? I know, I just made it that. I'm sure that was too high for my microphone. We hates it, precious. Yes, we hates it. Filthy Amazons. I'm stretching, sorry. Should have stretched while I was talking about Duma. I'm so sorry that I say Duma because I'm South African. We don't like R's. Okay. This is like when Mr. Krabs realized Patrick thought East was West. I need to watch more SpongeBob because everybody has a SpongeBob reference for everything. And I watched SpongeBob. I love SpongeBob, don't worry. But I need to have it on in the background when I work or something. Where do people watch it these days? Also, SpongeBob is coming back, I saw. There's like a season 2 or something. Okay.
Nigel Farage is a legitimate authority on whether UKIP is far right or not.
I think objective divine arbiter on all things political. And you have somehow turned that.
That's a ridiculous standard. No one thinks that about anyone. But you are saying that Richard Spencer, the Nigel Farage, is a legitimate authority.
Okay. Oh my fuck. You had so long to just rest, computer. Because that's how it works. You know what, Kevin, Andrew, I can't have a silent keyboard because if I'm like silent because I'm typing and somebody's listening to the stream, they don't know. They'll be like, oh my God, did my internet drop? And then they just hear out of nowhere and I'm yelling at my husband or something, you know? So I need a loud keyboard. I can't lube my keyboard. But you guys can hear this anyway, right? You can still hear me typing because it's right in front of the mic. Vaush is so animated. Look at how much motion is in his shoulders and head tilt. When you have solid facial expressions, not a lot there, you can gain perception from the body. Yeah, I mean, look, the sound and the picture are out of sync, but it doesn't matter. You can see he's just consistently like that, and his neck is really stiff. And God, he doesn't move around like Lauren. When Lauren got like felt exasperated. There you go. And Carl doesn't really move much, but he does laugh. We'll get you some purple switches. They're proper loud and feel nice to type with. I can't hear the typing. No, darling! SpongeBob on a CRT television with the high-pitched whine in the background is soundtrack to my youth. God, you had it. I don't think I even... probably when we first got satellite TV, we watched SpongeBob, so we must have had a CRT TV then. Now we have critical race theory TVs. I'm kidding. Okay. I'm kidding. I had to say so because it's not funny. I'm looking at the camera again, pleading with you to please don't leave.
Is far right or not?
I think that the
ridiculous standard. No one thinks that about anyone. But you are saying that Richard Spencer, the Nigel Farage, is a legitimate authority on whether UKIP is far right or not.
I think that the founder of the party, or one of them, is a reasonable person to cite a subjective characterization.
Also, D, if we're talking, thanks, Kevin. D, if we're talking behavior as well, tone, right? he uses very high diction when he's talking, subjective. And like, you know, his tone is very aggressive, first of all. So he's using a lot of teeth in what he's talking about, and when he's talking, I mean, and it's also part of his posturing, of his look how many words I can say. And if the word is bigger, then it's like he uses the word impugn a lot. And it's just like, relax, dude, okay? Like, I understand we all have big vocabularies here, big brain, wow. But I do feel like part of that diction, and it's not like, I'm not saying this is conscious, but it's part of his game. The way that he says these things, and he says them in a seething manner. Just listen to this. It's fucking seething. Look how thin his lips are. I know it's even worse because of his beard, but you can see his lips the whole time are just very thin.
Is far right or not?
I think that the founder of the party, or one of them, is a reasonable person to cite a subjective characterization of the party on yes, because there are no objective
circumstances.
Some of that is just his autism. Yeah, I suppose it's his just his aggression, his inability to. Yeah, I think I do in some of his more civil interactions, that could be it, but I don't know. Here he's properly upset. Kimberly Crenshaw. There are terms in music we use to express note styling, like make it pop or punch. Vaush has an exaggeration, almost like a stage actor. Well, you know who's even worse, D? Is the Rabbits man. He is too much. And so is Lance. That's part of what irritates me. It's like, we can just talk, okay? Relax. Just speak. And I mean, Sitch is supposedly like on the spectrum, isn't he? He doesn't speak like that. I know they're not all autistic people are the same, or Asperger's people. But yeah, if he bit people, maybe that's the kind of autism he has.
In which he said it. He's actually being a slimy weasel when he says that.
I'm familiar.
Politically character. Agrees. I think the founder. Come now. I wish I could change the default because elbow is not what we want. We just want the straight line. This is Sargon. With you having like a front row seat on how I would write my essays, because I would write one sentence, go back, write one, and like write one sentence 3 times. Okay. Just talk, this internet baby. We're not here to talk. Yeah, we're here to yell. Mr. 2 Rabbits, 9 Tails, Blue Eyes, White Dragon, oh yeah. No. That's fascinating, Tails. We had a big CRT television. Damn, that this thing was so heavy it fell over, it would have killed us. Killed me for sure. No wonder they use it to tell kids not to sit in front of those. Yeah, that was not, it was not about your eyes, it's about your whole ass body being crushed underneath. Oh, it's not a frame. Ah, God, that red hurts for some reason now. I think one of the founders. And then so he's saying he's going back on this, and then he's going to refute. He's repeating the argument of Nigel Farage is the leader of the party, therefore is authority, which is an appeal to authority, and refutes. We want the red line. To a purple. Welcome to the CRT television broadcast. Are you white? Well, have you tried not? At least we can freestyle a bit, Mr. Rabbit. Straight reading. Yeah, Lance was reading worse than Rabbit's. Rabbit's, I think, he did read for a lot. Like, he was reading, but in between, he still sounded pretentious. Saw some of your last video on this debate, and I think the form of the debate is that it's a battle for the middle. Make your ideas seem reasonable and your opponent seem radical. Yeah, I guess it's trying to make yourself seem reasonable. The way that I see it is Sargon's trying to make himself seem reasonable because Vaush is trying to make him seem so unreasonable. It's not that he's trying to make he hasn't I don't know, I think the reason that I feel like Sargon is fighting him off more than actually fighting him, do you know what I mean? He's defending his positions more than anything. Then he's not ascribing like I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying here. But I feel like it's more a case of Sargon having to fend off this attack. So I'm going to put your comment here, Kevin. If you don't want to have it here, please do let me know. I do just take everyone's words and put them in here because there are valid points, or they're just funny. Well, the first CRT televisions were black and white. Oh, shit. It's like they knew. I was in the far left, but then my TV broke. Yeah, so Vaush has Sargon on the defensive. It's like King of the Hill. Yeah, I actually think... Did you say that in a comment? Somebody said that as well. Somebody in the previous stream did say it. Okay. Let's...
Here with it. I'm well aware of the optics games that goes with distancing from the UKIP party. I was familiar.
Okay, so he is under... See what I'm saying? He's not like Bob, he doesn't understand. Or like you can sometimes when Bob does things, you're like, I don't know, maybe he's pretending to not understand. And then other times you're like, no, he definitely doesn't understand. He just hasn't even become aware of his inability to understand. It's precognition for him. Whereas Vaush definitely has the intellect to hold this in mind. He understands his opponent's arguments, but just will not ever. He will never concede anything because even if somebody's premise does not necessarily lead to their conclusion, he won't even deal with that premise. It's so exhausting. Oh, comedy show! Should I put a little comedy show one on the side? Wait, they hadn't put it on. This is a Sitch and Adam death match, so they hadn't put that on yet. Well, internet friends, I'm falling asleep in my chair. Oh, are you telling me that I'm boring? Do I need to yell? I'm kidding. Good night. I'm useless now. Thank you for letting me hang, and I will drop in the Discord this weekend. Good stuff, team. Good night, Dee. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you for all your input as usual. And thank you for staying up as long as you did. And see you next time. We won't be doing this one. We'll continue with this one on Thursday. Vaush's views are radical too, but Sargon isn't attacking him on it. Yes, that's true. He's just, and you know what? What does come down to it is like Vaush actually isn't bringing, and I think it's part of that. Part of I listened to a bit of the stream that Doomer was on after his Vaush evil video, unironically evil video, and one of the things he said there is like Vaush doesn't actually have any positions. It's just he goes in and just fuck off. Okay, are we back? I don't know how far you heard, but basically what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by the internet. The lack of internet. Wait, let me try and lower the output. Just hold on. Oh, no. Okay, I'm trying to lower the speed. We haven't gotten to anything new yet. But what I was trying to say is that he doesn't have any positions. And that is actually why Sargon has nothing to attack, because all he has to attack is Vaush's attacks. I like this insight. I like the way you've worded this, Kevin. I'm just going to add it to your block. I hope I didn't time you out by mistake. I'm sorry if I did. Because I was clicking on your message. He does have positions, but he doesn't really hold them in a principled way. Like, he claims to be an anarchist, but supports giving military aid. Yes, that's it. He doesn't hold them. I know that my mind is changeable. So I can't blame him if he ever changes his mind on things, but it just seems like he can't hold on to things too hard, because he just needs to mold against whatever is in front of him at the time. So it would be interesting to have him like re-debate someone, one with views that he opposed, and then another person with views that oppose those. I'm just you take the words that I've just given you and try and figure out what I'm trying to say. Okay. Out of his beard. Who pulls his positions out of a hat, out of his beard. He actually twirled his mustaches the other day. I was like, wow. Okay. We need to get to the new stuff.
With it. You think people weren't following the stuff that went on?
He wasn't doing that.
Yeah. Then he actually concedes, but at the same time, there we go with the performance of Vaush, because he concedes, but it makes it sound like he's vehemently disagreeing. It's weird. It's fascinating. I'm trying to view him as like a subject, and it's making it a little bit easier, but we're going so very slowly and taking it in such tiny little portions that I'm less I'm less loopy tonight than I was last time. By this point. Saying that C agrees. I know about the tactics. It's to distance from the far right. Okay. I'm just hoping that my keyboard, well, not my keyboard, my computer carries on, picks up what oh, there you go. You figured out. You received my message from my keyboard. Thank you. Okay, and then we're going to have a question. Hey. Then why? Let's see if I type then why. Let's see when it comes up. I don't know if it's going to come up, guys. I clicked away from the block. One day it'll happen. I scrolled out. I'm scrolling back in. Whoa! Okay. Did you see that journey? What did you say? Why did you say it's truthful? Why did you?
I never said he wasn't.
You are.
Well, I can't. We're going to go over this forever. This is extraordinary.
Let's move on to the next subject. Since
yeah. So why do you believe Richard Spencer is a progressive?
Oh, because he said he was.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it winds up the lefties. It's amazing. It's my favorite meme.
I know. That's pretty much all of your political impetus. Yeah. It's what winds up the lefties. That's why you.
Jesus, that was so uncalled for. Okay, did you hear me knock the table? Because then why did you say it as if he? Why did you say? Hasn't. And I didn't say he wasn't. I didn't say he wasn't. And I mean, I don't even know how he ends that
I know.
off.
That's pretty much is a progressive.
Oh, because subject. Since
yeah. We're going to go over this forever. This is extraordinary.
Well,
I can't. We're going to go over this forever. This is extraordinary.
Wow. So that's it, eh? There was no conclusion here. There was no conclusion here. There was no. I didn't say he wasn't. You literally, like, I'm bewildered because this is what, like, if I'll have a map. I'll show you where it is. I'll show you where you said it. Okay? You use this floaty about Nigel Farage. And now you're like, no. And you refuted when Sargon said, you're not in England, so you're not understanding the political nuances. Then he clapped back with, is Nigel Farage in England? And then they went on to some other stuff. I'm bewildered. Okay? Text issues. Okay. Questions. Flip-flop. Okay. In logic. Okay. Well, flip-flop towards logic. standstill. There's just a fucking standstill here. Okay, and I suppose we can just go. I'm going to put like 2 arrows up here. Oopsie. Because, or make it really thick. I think that's how we'll do it. Because we are, fuck off. Because we are going now to a new point, but it's not contingent on the other. It's going upwards, not forward. Okay. Bendy, bendy. Thick, thick. Changes point. Move on. Anywhere. Why did you say Richard Spencer is progressive? Or why do you think Richard Spencer is progressive? You see what I mean by the debate brain? Like, he's stuck with this quite a long time. There's been about 3 times that he could have realized this is what Sargon is talking about. He was using it as a logical example. And he could have picked this up, but he's so in his own head that he didn't even realize. And Sargon has to tell him, oh, because he said he was. He said so. That's the whole point. And then he just says, oh yeah, it became a meme even. And then what do? We just go, oh yeah, and turn that into an insult. So fucking cringe. Okay. Refers back to. Okay. And because he said you did. Because he said so. Does he explain again?
People weren't following the stuff that went on.
He wasn't doing that.
I never said he wasn't.
You are.
Well, I can't. We're going to go over this forever. This is extraordinary.
Let's move on to the next subject. Since
yeah. So why do you believe Richard Spencer is a progressive?
Oh, because he said he was.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it winds up the lefties. It's amazing. It's my favorite meme.
I know that.
Because it winds up the lefties. It's my favorite meme. That's it. This over here, I'm gonna have to put my contact, my comment in here. That's it. That is it. That's how it's always been. Always has been. That is the peak of this. If anything, this just tells you this is going nowhere. It is a red flag. Okay. Hopefully we're past this after this insult. Now I think we're going to go into a bit of a gray block where I have to say this is the shit show and ensues. Oh, you know what this actually means is I've got to go and find the circle for the main topic. Okay. We had the Richard Spencer and so I'm going to make this the circle for that because Richard Spencer is like the main topic. We've got to try and keep with the we've got to try and keep with the key. Okay. because this is the new arc, the Richard Spencer arc. Richard Spencer arc indicates Vaush is not listening to Sargon. Is consistently. Several times he had several chances to pick up why Sargon brought this up. But he still saw it as a legit point Sargon was making. Or a legit claim Sargon was making. So, I mean, then when he goes and turns this all into an insult, I think it's a very quick way to just kind of dodge away from the fact that, oopsie, that's a bit embarrassing. I didn't pick up that on all of that. Okay, that's it. And then he goes, that's it. Probably realizing, I don't know. Confirms. Okay. And we don't need elbows. I mean, we do need elbows, but not here. Okay. Oh, he's memeing. Vaush was good faith in beginning. When Vaush said this is incredible, we are going to go forever, he was secretly talking about the coverage of his debate. He's talking to us, it's meta. Oh, he's memeing. It's difficult to tell with Vaush sometimes if he actually doesn't understand or he just pretends not to as a rhetorical tool. Hey, Alan. I don't believe we've spoken before. Both happens with him, which is annoying. Yeah, I honestly think he's capable of understanding, but he doesn't deliberately, and I think he doesn't consciously go, I'm not going to understand. Well, especially here, I really don't think I think he was wrong and he didn't realize, because he let it get to this point. He let it get to this point that it actually looks bad. That he had several times to pick up why Sargon brought that up, and then he only realizes it now that it's wrong. And also, how does this as a rhetorical tool help him? It doesn't, unless he thinks so little of his audience that they think maybe his chat is saying to him, yo, that Richard Spencer thing, what the fuck? Maybe that he did do that. That's what the only thing that would make me think he's done it on purpose because it looks good. To me, it looks like he literally just didn't think about it. He's too much debate brain to do it. And I don't think it's a good thing. Hey, I've watched a few of your other debate diagrams. Good times. Well, nice to speak to you, Alan. Thanks for watching then. Vaush makes us. I think if you can divide debates into dialectic and heuristic. Dialectic is when you aim at truth, and heuristic is trying to win. Yeah, this is heuristic. Am I saying this right? Heuristic. That's it. Heuristic. Yeah. Does Vaush do a dialectic? Does he do that? Because he seems like his thing is just to. I mean, there's a place for it. There's definitely an audience for it. So, I mean, he doesn't do it thinking any weird nerds are going to go and make little diagrams out of him. There's a place for everyone on the internet. You are allowed to be here if you're looking at things in very deep detail for absolutely no reason but because you can. I've never said it out loud before. We'll figure it out. We'll go and ask dictionary.com. Confirms. That's it. Expands. Oh, yes. Two. Come on, keyboard. Two. It's not the keyboard's fault. Does it to piss off? It's funny meme or something. And wow, the pounce that occurs here, I'm like, dude, why? This is so. I guess it's. Was he always like this? Is he any better now? This is years ago. And he doesn't seem different to me. Yeah, I think it's hard to have a dialectic when you have someone in the far left and the far right debate. Yeah, and they're both personalities, you know, like they've both got egos that need to be, I'm not going to say stroked, need to be expressed. They need to bring their characters to the party. But, I mean, considering what Sitch and Adam are able to do with people that disagree, it's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible. Doomer's Vaush is unironically evil, but is a relatively great intermediate intro into why and how Vaush says the things he says. Yeah, I think if Doomer had to watch this, he'd be like, duh. What the fuck? Like, I've already made a video on this, kidding. Get wrecked, basically. There's also room with Vaush being incorrect in how people will perceive him, or he's even just so used to speaking in ways that help him avoid pitfalls he sees. I honestly think a lot of the time, because it's so immediate and it's so fallible, and he doesn't realize it when it's happening, that it's become an instinct for him. It's like that. People that are manipulative do that. There are manipulative people that. And I'm not saying like, oh no, he's now manipulative and he's a mastered manipulation person. But I'm just saying like, people, it's just something that I see a parallel in manipulative people, that they don't even need to think anymore about what they're doing. It just comes to them. And that is fucking scary. Anyway, no need to go there. She went. Funny meme. Attack! Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Actually, I'm going to do it up here because it is like we're not going forward with this. We're just, yes, it's based on what we were talking about. I suppose because it's based on what he said, I should have an arrow, but it is taking us to a bad place. So I'm going to put it up over here. It's not bringing us forward in the conversation. So we're just going to, and I actually think, yeah, it's based on the previous point, but it's very loosely based on it. Like, Jesus, what the fuck is, calm yourself, dude. It's amazing how you can see the elite theory popping up in Sargon's positions even this far back. If you're trying to do this for a living, aesthetic is the way to go. Going for truth will lead to losing people at certain times. Yeah, because you're not always going to be right. Then it also comes to, you might have to, you might have to admit you're wrong. You can't be right in everything. So, you can't know everything either. So you're bound to be wrong about something. Debated Sargon on liberalism, where the dialectical method is much more apparent than in here. Ooh, I want to see that. I think, I mean, even the way that Sitch and Adam debate each other, they are very much, they're not trying to win against each other. It's very much like they want to understand each other. We should probably do that OnlyFans one as a palate cleanser. But there's so many palate cleansers. I'll put a vote up this weekend for Tuesday. Oh, let's go.
It's pretty much all of your political impetus.
Yeah.
It's what winds up the
Wait,
lefties. That's
are
why you
communist?
supported Trump as well.
I'm interested.
Okay, so I thought that Sargon was gonna go, why are you being like this, bro? But he's just like, so why are you a communist? That's great. That's all your. Winds up the lefties. Oh, Jesus, what the? And I'm just gonna be like, any hoodles. He's just like, so what makes you a communist? Why are you a communist? Why are you a filthy commie? Please tell us. It's so weird to say that somebody is a communist. I mean, he doesn't say, he's like, no, I'm a what market socialist or some shit. Okay, we are going up to another. Ignore. I'm going to say here, ignore. Ignore attack. So why are you a communist? Oh god, the OnlyFans side quest. It was long, wasn't it? I went to sleep. I fell asleep. When was it? I fell asleep at the end of it, I think. Waltzman is the theory that elites control society, and any democracy or sense of choice is just an illusion created by elites. You don't cleanse a palate on OnlyFans. Oh, you get dirty. If you want a better description of go to academic agent. However, I think it's nuts and wrong. Okay, let's view.
This. Why are you a communist?
I'm describing myself more as a libertarian socialist these days. We said.
Okay. And he goes hard as well here in the. He goes like, we said we would respect each other's identities, whatever. It wasn't an attack. He just asked you. And yes, he assumed you're a communist. Okay? He did. He did the thing that Vaush did before, where he just said, assumption! More attack. This is an assumption. Retaliates to assumption? As if it's an attack. Like, it's not an attack. Jesus. As, what did he say? Libertarian socialist these days. We said we'd respect each other's identities. Like, is that a joke? But I mean, I'm just, it's just contentious. The contention, it's just using the words, it's unnecessary snarkiness. But I guess Sargon's just immune to that. He's got children. Sitch was just wrong on that debate, not completely, but there were critical flaws in his understanding that led him to incorrect conclusions. Well, what was he so wrong about? Because I think I was with him on it, whereas he was saying that I think it was just that there was a miscommunication of what each argument was, because as far as I heard, Sitch was saying it's not the same. Oh, it is. Was he saying like it is the same? He debates tankies. Okay. Yes, to a degree. Elite theorists also use a lot of stuff like the iron law of oligarchy, which is some proof. So probably has some tenets. Well, that's another one that has to go on the list. I don't think he ever claimed to be a communist. Okay. Kitteh class confirmed. No, it's just in that in that, I think I even say it in chat there. I'm with him on that. It's not, and I think actually that's why he was reading my chat, because it was like it was just expanding on what he was saying, that like they're untouchable. OnlyFans girls are untouchable, which is different to. I've said many times that I cannot choose between them. So don't make me do that. I think it's very unfair. And it would be uncenter like centrist of me to choose between them.
We were all going to respect each other's identities.
Well, I didn't know. I thought you were actually more of a Stalinist. I wasn't sure.
Wait. You're actually talking to the wrong person. I've spent dozens of hours critiquing tankies and everyone else who defends Stalin, the People's Republic of China.
Okay, that's fine. That's good natured. That's fine. We that's good faith. That's how you disagree. You go, oh, actually, by the way, okay. And what Sargon does there is say, oh, like he was wrong. He thought this. He doesn't go and try and convince the world that no. Vaush is a communist, guys. He just said, oh, okay, so this is what you said. Therefore, that's the way it is. I believe you. Wow. Yeah, surprise, but admits wrong. He was mistaken. Okay, I was wrong. How did he make it sound like he's not accusing him?
So wait. You're actually.
I thought you were actually more of a Stalinist. I wasn't sure.
I wasn't sure.
So wait. You're actually talking to the wrong person. I've spent dozens of hours.
Wait. That was actually like the lowest weight that he said. Bolsters. Continues. Sargon is wrong. Okay. Well, I'm not going to say continues. That's very passive aggressive. Explains why. Because you didn't explain. Speaking to the wrong person. How does he even say it? How do you guys spell tankies? I always read it tackies, because tackies are sneakers in South Africa. I have debated tackies. China. Okay.
Critiquing tankies and everyone else who defends Stalin, the People's Republic of China.
Cool. Okay, so what would be the critique of capitalism be?
Great stuff. Now we got a new topic. Sargon got to ask a thing. Yee! Great. So Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? I'm not going to tell you what it is, and in case you let's see. Sargon getting sassy. He is getting a bit sassy. He's like, oh, okay, fine. We have arrived. A little bit we've arrived. We've a little bit, Nate. I think it's pitfall in that convo is the insertion of all into the claim. Sitch, at least to me, sounded like he was saying exactly that. Not in all cases, but in most. Okay, yeah. Let's see what you're saying there. Kevin, indeed interesting. Believes him and moves on while Vaush can't do the same. Yeah. If you're on the right, it's so hard to see the distinctions on the left and vice versa. Yeah. Andrew, for $5, Kitteh confirmed as class is the best class. But also A-team reigned supreme. That's the centrist way. Thank you. He was wrong. He was wrong that giving money to a sex worker automatically devalues the man in the sex worker's mind. I didn't hear him even say that. It does in most cases, but not always. Any girl could fall for the right guy spending money on her. Oh, was that his? I think that's such a subjective thing. It's not much. I thought he was talking more about the differences between strippers and. Well, I had just woken up. I think they were talking about it. I don't know. But it's totally A-team. Guys, this is the internet. Once you pick a side, you're always on that side. You can never, ever change your mind. Well, I don't know. I'm centrist. So, I like what you said there. If you're on the right, it's hard to see distinctions on the left and vice versa. Indeed, it's interesting. The sun believes in it. I'm going to put both of you guys together. This is gonna be. Look. We're not going to do another Vaush one straight after this one. You know, when we do a big one, a big debate. Our full ones. Oh my gosh, Axel is eating, and just my cat eating is the most cute thing, the cutest thing in the world. Just these little crunchy crunchies. Oh, so cute. Eat. I'm sorry you guys couldn't hear that. Actually, no, as I've said before, it's for your own good that you can't hear my high-pitched noises. I wonder what shit you guys didn't hear what my husband did you? Though I'll have to rewatch those conversations to make absolutely sure. And the topic is very interesting personally. We are going to do that one on Tuesday. We did hear. What was it, Nico? What did you hear? Tell me. I don't want to tell you so you can pretend you heard it. You got to tell me what you heard. We need to spend the next 30 minutes on a sidetrack so that we don't make any progress this stream. We finish at 12. So there's 1.5 hours. We're living in sweet ignorance. We can't hear ish. Okay, good, Blaine. The screech, not your husbando. Okay. Cool. What else was Andrew saying? Interesting. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, it's taking me forever to copy paste because my hand-eye coordination just lost it there for a sec. Getting old. I have to move this. You're actually these are supposed to be little cards, but I'll change them tomorrow when I'm supposed to be doing other stuffs. So what? We actually have gone further than last stream, as in we've gone
from the
beyond
libertarian
last stream.
socialist position. What's the problem with capitalism?
That's the thing.
Oh, we haven't. Fuck, we haven't. Damn it. So what would? I think we've arrived a little bit. Okay, we have to finish this arc. This is the arc of okay, believes and follows on and continues. You guys, you didn't answer me about music, so I'm giving you the music. Did I say anything? Yes, you did say that. I copy-pasted. Okay. But you didn't hear Axel go crunch crunch. It's the cutest thing. I'm gonna do that and put it as a sound effect on my gaming stream.
Freedom. Do you like freedom?
Depends what you mean by freedom. What would be the critique of capitalism be from the libertarian socialist position? What's the problem with capitalism?
That's the thing. I love freedom. Do you like freedom?
Okay, so that's the thing. I love freedom. Do you like freedom? Okay. So I think that's quite a he's doing a rhetorical question. Where are we going with this? I don't know, because this is one of the parts where it's like, oh, they got into capitalism and socialism. Okay, bye. And then I don't know, I was doing something else. Like maybe I'll recognize something here. Oh, why are we going up? We're going this way. He goes on. You're misattributing his response, Chinsia. Well. I love our private property rights, comrade. Oh my gosh, the chat. When I think it was something about, where was it, like our girlfriend, Vaush? Somebody said in the chat, our girlfriend, Vaush. I don't know if that was during the debate or afterwards. Do you like freedom? I like freedom. Okay, and then I think Sargon's like, depends on what freedom means, which is always a good thing to do. Somebody brings something up, then you need to define it before you go on and talk about it. Question. I think my husband's going to sleep because it's getting very cold in here. I'll be honest. I'm not a fan of debates that are all about characterizing the other person's positions rather than talking about concrete issues. Yeah, I don't see the point. Like, okay, it is the classic straw man. Yes, we're straw manning the person, and that's how we do it. But it's even more than straw manning, because you're not using it as a tactic. It's your entire approach to the debate, and that doesn't help. You're not going anywhere. You're not you're not going to change anyone's mind that way. And I don't know. They do tend to pointlessly close each other's tails. They do. Well, I mean, actually, it seems like Sargon just tries to go places. And, yeah.
Freedom?
Depends what you mean by freedom.
Oh.
Oh, you see, like, immediately, just relax. Just, let's say, this is what I mean by freedom. He's curious about your position. Just let it. It's not an attack. And I don't think he does this in the same way that actual Phantom and Bob do, where they're just so scared they're gonna be gotcha'd. He just doesn't have any goodwill to interact. Because he like immediately goes, oh, like it is not a conflict.
Interesting. Do you like
to him
democracy?
So I mean, we are going to do our curvy bracket here because doesn't answer. Oh, interesting. Do you like democracy? Just okay. Is this gonna get to his definition of freedom? Okay, because he's brought up to okay. This was a topic we were thinking we're going into, but he's talking about freedom here. So I'm hoping I don't have to go back and turn this into a circle. Meaning we don't actually get any of that topic, the previous topic. Interesting. Do you like democracy? And I think he says it's hard to tell. Tell yet, which is quite a loaded answer. And it's unfortunate that that he's having this conversation with Vaush because they're not going to actually get. I wouldn't expect them to get very nuanced with that sort of answer and get clearer on it. What kind of conversations could you have with him if he turned off his debate brain? It would be great. Abandons. Well, not abandons. Moves from freedom. Freedom. Well, I don't know. It doesn't answer. It doesn't answer directly. Oh boy, here it comes, Nico.
Too soon to tell.
Interesting. Okay, so you're not a liberal of any kind then. Those are...
Interesting. Okay, so this is too soon to tell. Like it's quite a bare bones answer in my opinion, but it doesn't matter. I think it might have been you, Nico, where you were like, no, it wasn't you. I don't know. Somebody's commented, and they were like, "Do you think it would have been better if he did this and this and this, or do you think it was just that he was bound to disagree or something?" There's nothing a Sargon could have done that would make this. Oh, it was a looking up. Do you think he should have looked up the definition of the fallacy? And no, because it just wouldn't. There's such bad faith here, it doesn't matter. So this is the same thing. If Sargon did have a bigger answer, I don't think it would have mattered. Not heavy, loaded and vague answer. Freedom and democracies are glittering generalities. Yeah, yeah. And even the Kathy Newman thing is easier to follow than this. Too soon to tell.
Basic tenets of liberal philosophy. Okay.
No.
Okay, so he immediately just, oh, interesting. So he's got to go, I think it does follow on. It does follow on, so we're going to get an elbow. Interesting. Expansion. Evaluation of points, I'm going to say. Text, bitch, text! Oh, I clicked it twice. Expansion. Oh, now one of them's drinking, and that's cute. My cats are just doing stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, you're the cutest thing in the world. Daisy, well done. She's drinking. Look at her, hydrating and shit. I'll drink too, dude. Oh my god, please. Thank you. Please! So you're not a liberal.
Too soon to tell.
Interesting. Okay, so you're not a liberal of any kind then. Those are basic tenets of liberal philosophy. Okay,
no,
well, because I respect...
They are...
Okay, he's got, I mean, this is coming at him as a critique, but we'll just be good faith and pretend that he was just saying, he was just trying to get the right answer. I miss my cats. They've been gone for years and I don't have the heart to get new ones. I'm sorry, Andrew. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to be without cats, but I've lost many. And I lost 2 in the past 3-4 months. So I feel you, man. I do like the liberal equals democracy take. Freedom and democracies. Vaush loves to add commentaries, opponents' responses. Yeah, I actually like. Okay, you're gonna be in the block there, Andrew. Oh my god, I was just talking about the cat that I lost, right? And I almost called. I did it again. I almost called Daisy by her name. Hey, dude! By my late cat's name. Hi, dude. Hi, Tito. Come. I wish you could see her. Because she's looking at me like she's going to come and climb on the desk. And then you'll just have do face. Okay, liberal equal democracy. Yeah, he just did the whole ass. It's all everything is the same. Nothing concrete. This is why these turn into semantic arguments. It's the same. Last time I cried was when my cat died in high school. Oof. Yeah, yeah. I cried several days. She's right here. I've got a necklace. They may, you know, I did all the mourning things. I've got a necklace that has her ashes in it, like a little glass bead, and I've also got Jasper. If you go in the Discord, Jasper is the Meowjestic emote. He's also a late buoy. But yeah, look, if people can see animals as just things, good for them, because that's impossible for me. So yeah, I can definitely sympathize with people crying over the animals, because Not that you should, if you grieve how you want to. Oh my gosh, she's chewing, guys. It's so cute.
They are modern positions that liberals hold.
No.
No. This is one of. Did you guys get an ear infection from that? Because that's exactly what he was doing to them. I hope I gave you a fright. And you went, Jesus. Yeah. These are quibbles, the generalization. This is my problem with political labels. I think it's better to just actually go on actual policies and what you think should happen with this and that. Like, because they're very empty. Heidi. How did you? They're. No. Refutes. I don't even think he refutes, just denies. Disagrees. Let's just say disagrees. Loud disagree.
Oh, the Enlightenment literally
Vaush,
codified.
People are still
the
saying
philosophical...
your volume is crazy loud by comparison. So
The Enlightenment? What?
I am
positions that liberals hold.
No, the Enlightenment literally codified.
Literally codifies. And then yeah, we got some moderation, guys. Hey, Daddy Adam be like, oopsie, no, it's the black, the block is going to be that color. Moo it away. Like, that was just unnecessary. This very loud disagreement. Oh my god, could we not? My cats have been in a 10-year marriage. My female cat will get upset at my male, but after about a week, she'll be purring and rubbing on him and wanting head licks from him. Oh, Ty, so cute. Girls and boys hardly ever get along properly. Actually, no, that's not true. My cat's okay. So my bestie cat, her mom was really good friends with my bestie cats, with my other bestie cat. Like they were the boy and the girl. They also gave head licks and sleepies and cuddles. Sargon has no idea what liberalism is. His liberalism debate with Adam drives me nuts. Sargon ascribes positions to Enlightenment thinkers that they never held. Past tense, not current tense. You kids keep it down. Heading out. 'Twas fun. See you on part 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 18, and 19 of this debate diagram. Yeah, guys, we're in for a ride. Have a good one, Nape. Thank you so much for coming, even though we literally have not gone further than the last point. I mean, I didn't map much of these last few minutes, but still. technically, you are leaving earlier. You are leaving having gone backwards compared to last stream.
People are still saying your volume is crazy loud by comparison. So
I am pulling that microphone away from my mouth.
Do me a favor and take that microphone in your other room.
I think
and
that's
close the door.
That was a good one. And Sitch was even there for that.
Evolved before democracy. Vaush.
Thank you, Vaush.
Liberalism evolved before democracy, and then democracy was created by those involved in the foundation of liberalism. It was a response to the idea of the divine right of kings. Enlightenment thinkers were the ones to postulate that a neoclassical
Imagine if I was listening to this on double time.
Created by those involved in the foundation of liberalism. It was a response to the idea of
That's the perfect characterization, Andrew. This is like a Dragon Ball Z episode. Like the fight is going on, but it's not. It's all about just one sentence at a time. And power up. Oh wait, no. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
The divine right of kings. Enlightenment thinkers were. It was a response to the idea of the divine right of kings. Enlightenment thinkers were the ones to postulate that a neoclassical approach to society, one which valued things such as democracy, freedom, and fair trade, was a more ethical way to arrange human society than the monarchies that were previously prominent. It was the founders of the Enlightenment who proposed this.
To answer your question more accurately, when you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you?
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work, the nobles?
Okay, so we're going into liberalism as a topic. That's where he talks with substance. Aren't you going to bed because it's so cold? Kind of reaction to what is it? Enlightenment, anointment of kings, or whatever. Let me just get the wording right because somebody will piss on me in the comments.
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What value?
You don't. When you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal.
The monarchies that were previously prominent. It was the founders of the Enlightenment who proposed this.
To answer your question more accurately,
was a more ethical way to arrange human society than the monarchies that were previously prominent. It was the founders of the Enlightenment who proposed this.
To answer your question more accurately, when you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you?
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work, the nobles?
I don't know. What? You tell me.
Well, it's not particularly.
Okay, so this is a time for Sargon to be giving us a curly. Because it is sort of related, but then he kind of goes back. So it's kind of backwards. He doesn't follow on from what Vaush is talking about, and that might be because of his shakiness with liberalism as a term. Ignores goes. without addressing this. When you say democracy, what did you call it?
The nobles.
I don't know. What? You tell me.
It can mean a lot of things. What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work?
But you don't mean that, do you?
The Enlightenment.
I suppose to answer your question more accurately, when you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you?
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work? The nobles.
I don't know. What? You tell me.
Well, it's not particularly meaningful because in practical terms, your ability to act democratically is influenced by how much individual freedom you have. If you don't have the freedom, for example, to leave your plantation because you're expected to work 18 hours a day, you don't functionally live in a democracy.
Okay, where
got a
did
clogged
that ever happen?
artery.
Where did whatever happen?
The peasants not being able to leave the plantation. I assume you meant peasants.
Yes, the peasantry or the serfs. I didn't say it happened. It was an example used to prove that economic inconveniences can hamper the democratic nature of a society.
Yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right. But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society. So that is why Enlightenment thinkers... Huh?
Do we actually live in that society, though?
In what society?
The society you're just describing.
The one in which we have actual democracy?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago, I'll say that. I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions today. I'm saying it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of...
No, I've gone over his list of false assumptions of liberalism. They're nearly all wrong. It's actually embarrassing how wrong he is. No matter how upset she gets, she always sleeps next to him. She'll even go looking for him. Oh, come on. That's very South African to say, sorry.
Suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than...
I'm so sorry that I'm finding it so hard to follow these guys.
The society you're just describing. We live...
So that is why Enlightenment thinkers are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an
democratic.
Right. But if you implement...
Let me just... Oh, no wonder this browser's working hard because it's trying to keep up the... I'm going to take the stream... Can we not put the chat replay? Can we turn it off, please? Thank you. And is there a transcript? Where would it be? I always forget where it's supposed to be. Yeah, there's nothing here. I guess it was beforehand. Oh, that was a thing. I read that too. I'm not saying that you're incorrect about his pre-social inverse man concept with. I just think Sargon is using consequentialism. I think the Enlightenment thinkers all have very different philosophies. It's weird to generalize. I might be wrong there. Okay. I was hoping that I could try and find something, an easier way to get what they're saying. It's just not going into my head properly. So I have to repeat.
And political democracy inconveniences can hamper the democracy.
I assume you meant peasants.
Democracy.
Okay, where did that ever happen then?
Where did whatever happen?
The peasants not being
influenced by how much individual freedom.
I don't know. What? You tell me.
Well, it's not particularly meaningful because in practice, if the landlords control the land on which you work.
But you don't mean that, do you?
Yeah, they kind of, yeah, they are. I mean, even here, when you say democracy, I think of universal. Check this. Didn't even universal suffrage. But you don't mean that. Past him. So okay, that doesn't help. That doesn't bring us closer to what Vaush thinks. So I guess yeah, it does. It says okay, that's not what you think. But maybe term that as a question. What my thing is this: what is yours? I don't know. And then Vaush is talking past him with this answer. He's just dumping, info dumping.
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What?
Okay, like literally. Okay, democracy can mean a lot of things. So it's more. It's actually a politician's answer. You know when like a politician, you can't, they give you a related information and you're like, well, that's kind of an answer, but it's not. All kinds of things.
What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work?
What value is democracy? Okay.
Nobles.
I don't know what. You tell me.
Well, it's not particularly meaningful because in practical terms, your ability to act democratically is influenced by how much individual freedom you have.
Okay, so there's more word salad. Okay, I think it's word salad. So he's like, it's meaningless because the value is basically saying it's the value of the democracy because you don't have personal freedoms. Okay, so then they're gonna quibble. Okay, I need to separate this out. It's meaningless. And then the because is over here. The did you say determined?
You don't have the freedom. Well, it's not particularly meaningful because in practical terms, your ability to act democratically is influenced by how much individual freedom you have.
Okay, your ability to act democratically. Your ability influenced looks like Sargon wants to stalemate with this semantic debate. Yeah, no, this is going to go nowhere.
If you don't have the freedom, for example, to leave your plantation because you're expected to work 18 hours a day, you don't functionally live in a democracy.
Okay, what?
You can't leave. I think they're both of these things is very cloudy. I would want to go a bit further. I don't. Like I want to go more into that. Like I would go, okay, cool. Then what makes a functioning democracy? Because Hello, that's supposed to turn around. There you go. Because this debate makes me reach for my whiskey. Wishes you could still have a future as a politician, but if grabbing by the Kitteh as an optic strain, Rick, wasn't, but as a political, but if grabbing by the Kitteh as an was an optics train wreck, then Vaush's quotes will keep him from the office indefinitely. The debate makes me reach for my whiskey. 100 years ago, you could cut down any tree in an unknown land area and you wouldn't be fined. I'd say things are worse off now when it comes to individual freedoms of democracy. Vaush is trying to have the positive versus negative freedom debate, which is where those discussion has to go. Yeah, well, I would want to get to that. I would want to go there, but it's both of them are just saying things, and then that would require some sort of collaboration.
Where did that ever happen then?
Where did whatever happen?
Now Sargon is assuming now. Like we were having a philosophical, theoretical conversation as far as I was concerned, like that's what they were talking about. So yeah, he's ascribing a claim to Vaush that he hasn't made. I suppose you can try very hard and take all of this that he said over here and put it with what he's saying about the history, and then kind of ascribe it to him. But I think it's bad faith. It's ascribed to him in bad faith here. So Sargon doesn't make it okay. Just because he's been treating you like shit doesn't mean you need to. But it's far less egregious, of course. Assigns a position to just like, oh yeah, by the way, this is what you think. When did that happen? When could peasants not leave the plantation?
The peasants not being able to leave the plantation.
I
assume you meant peasants.
Yes, the peasantry or the serfs. I didn't say it happened. Yeah. It was an example used to prove that economic inconveniences can hamper the democratic nature of a society.
There you go. So he's like, how's about no? You can't have that, Sargon. It's actually more like it's actually more like he isn't saying it didn't happen, because if he's saying it happened in a different way, because Sargon just makes it very makes it very simplistic. Oh, they couldn't leave the plantation. It's like no. What Vaush is meaning is that they were not able to go beyond it. They were basically stuck. They weren't physically stuck. They were indefinitely. They just couldn't go and decide to do something else. It's the positive versus negative freedom, like you're talking about. But Sargon's just describing this to him. So I will put that in. Rejects the assigned position. Doesn't say that happened. It was an example to demonstrate no economic hampers democracy function. Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right. But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society. So
Okay,
that is why Enlightenment
society,
thinkers. Huh?
Do we actually live in that society, though?
Okay, I'll need to stop with that one. I want to know what he's talking about there. Can I just see? Oh, we've only just made it. Only just made it! We've only done 5 minutes! We're never finishing this, ever. I'm sorry, guys, but it's because I'm slow right now. I thought I was getting faster. There were side quests, okay?
Functionally, not a very democratic society. So that is why Enlightenment thinkers.
Well, yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right. But
agrees, kind of. Feudal society. Oh my god. This is not helping. I'm already slow. And then the computer's like, hey, I'm just going to take a break here. How's about just wait a bit. I'll let you know when you can click again. I'll let you know when you can type.
But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society.
Okay,
so that is why
sentences for my little brain. Okay, agree. Feudal societies weren't democratic. When you implement, okay, we need an elbow. Expands. I think Sargon wants to talk about liberalism. He wants to go back to that. 100, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how he tries to steer it back there. Cookie, 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 cookie. Cook, 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 cook. It's the song. Yes. Dramatic. When you implement political democracy. I think he's just rewording his previous point.
You have functionally not a very democratic society. Of an upper class, that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to political democracy, while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class.
Like, you know what? That's word salad to me. Just, you don't have to do it that way. I know that it is just me and my language processing, but you don't have to say beholden and all of those words. You really don't. You just have to say they're under they economically have no freedom or whatever. Like, just the word, that's word salad in my opinion, but that's just for my brain, I suppose. Ugh, it's just unnecessary. Political democracy. Such that the democracy, such that, like, relax. Peasantry is beholden. Like, what do you mean the economic expectations? What do you even mean by that? Sorry. Stilted speech. Show me some. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like that's exact. I'm just like, why? Why do you need to do this? Because I do want to know this sentence. I do want to understand if this really does make sense or if he really is just putting words in. I'm sorry.
But
this
if you
is conversation
implement
analysis time.
Economic inconvenience
to leave the plantation.
I
assume you meant peasants.
Yes, the peasantry or the serfs. I didn't say it happened. Yeah. It was an example used to prove that economic inconveniences can hamper the democratic nature of a society.
Well, yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right. But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry...
While leaving it as such that the peasantry... Like, shut up.
...are still utterly beholden to the economic...
Are still utterly beholden to the economic...
expectations of an upper class.
Of an upper class. What does that mean? Do you know what that means? Expectations, what, like to the that class needs to continue to work under that? It's word salad. Generally, you can excise the middle portion of Vaush's argument and still make it clear. Lots of passive voice. Yeah, like I mean, I cannot judge someone for using lots of words. I do that, and at least he doesn't change the direction of his sentence mid-sentence like I do. But there are a lot of unnecessary words here that actually don't, like, because I'm like, wait a second, is it just I don't understand? No, this doesn't actually make sense, or it's very, very vague. Economic expectations of an upper class. Is that just a term that, like a turn of phrase that sociologists use, that, and that's why it's so foreign to me? Vaush means that if the king says you can do what you want and sets a high quota for item production, then you effectively can't do what you want. Okay, you see, that's what I mean by expectations. He's just saying the peasants were economically controlled. But exactly, Kevin. I'm just like, why do you need to say it this way? That's all I'm saying. Like that is the understanding I got to Andrew, was like, okay, the expectations is in the production of an upper class. What are you saying, upper class?
You have functionally not a very democratic society.
No, it's not word salad.
Of an upper class, you have.
It's wordy.
Functionally not a very beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society. So okay, that is why in
functionally not very democratic society. It was more complicated than it needed to be. Look, I don't expect him to have to make it simple for me, and I'm sure Sargon followed with that very easily. But just for me, it's unnecessary, and I think eventually that does get to your opponent, because you have to be very careful to say, what the fuck did, like, you better not be going, what the fuck did you just say? You know, like, just rather say, hold on, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I get you. Could you say that in plain English? Economic expectation of the early 2000s was to buy a Hummer. Hummer. Yeah, everyone was crazy.
Enlightenment thinkers. Huh?
Do we actually live in that society, though?
I don't see why he needs to ask this question. Like, this is Sargon. I don't know what he's doing here. Okay, so he's like, that's why enlightenment. So he's trying to explain the whole thing of enlightenment, but then, just out of nowhere, Sargon's decided, do we live in that? He's not, look, by asking, do we live in that society, he's not ascribing to Vaush that the that we do live in that kind of society. He's asking the question, but it's very easy to take it that he is doing it. It's kind of disingenuous. I don't know. What's the point? You are ascribing it. You are ascribing this view to him that you know that he's going to take it, like you've just told him what he thinks. So I don't think this was a good idea. So I'm doing an upwards thing. It is based on the point, but I don't think it takes us forward. Implies Vaush thinks this. Are we living in that society today? My main question is whether history debate is even needed here. Yeah. I think it is a nice little rabbit hole to go down, so we don't have to talk about the actual principles of these ideas.
In what society?
Modes of
The
thought.
society you're just describing.
The one in which we have actual democracy?
No.
Well, I mean,
he wasn't describing that. So neither of them are listening to each other, because he says the one that you were describing, the one in which we have actual democracy, that's not what he was describing. He was not describing that, but I suppose Vaush is just like, okay, yeah, that's what I was describing. It's fine. We cool. And sure. Rabbit hole. Rabbit's butthole. What was I going to say here? Living in that society today. Are we living in that society today? What does he say? What did I want to say in this arrow?
I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy.
Oh, questions. For clarity, the one in which we have perfect democracy. I do want to take notes of this, that they both they're just talking past each other here, because goes Sargon. The one which you just were describing. Which society? Sorry, this is it. So, which society? I'm going to share the song that's in my head after the stream, because it's just the cutest thing. It's wholesome, and it makes no sense. Which society? The one you were just describing to. I'm just going to put you up. Come now. Proof. They're both talking past each other. This was not what Vaush was describing. Because socialism fails when you debate it at face value. No. Vaush knows this, he's smart. But I think also it seems like Sargon's also not too sure about the whole liberalism thing, so he also wants to steer clear of that. So they just want to stay in this limbo of let's argue some definitions for a while in history.
Democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
The one in which we have actual democracy?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago, I'll say that.
This is probably the best few minutes that they've had together, where they're not yelling at each other. The one you. Come now, please. I'm gonna blame the computer for how slow I've been, okay? It's not me. And I do think I know why. It's because I'm using the 2 big monitors and my computer just can't deal with that. So we're gonna have to go back to using the small monitors. I think I might even do it. No, we are already running late, so I will just continue this way. I don't think we'll save that much time if I change now. Okay, I lied. Jesus! I could probably put, if I put the... Okay, let's disconnect this display. Let me just unplug this over here. There we go. Cookie, cookie, cook. You're just gonna have to deal with the size of this window. Well, is it failing? What is your definition of failing? What would success be? I think we're fine here.
I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions today. I'm saying it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of came up with laissez-faire capitalism. The idea was by allowing market trade.
See, now we're going back into history. This is the ancillary stuff. This isn't actually, they're touching on some stuff that's kind of, you know, related to capitalism and socialism, but no, it's still way off.
I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions.
I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago, I'll say that. I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions today. I'm saying it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of came up with laissez-faire capitalism.
I'm going to try this right now, okay? Just to try and get more of it done, I'm going to basically just put their names and go enter whatever, instead of giving them blocks, and then I'll diagram the rest. I'll put it into a diagram myself. Let's see if this helps.
The idea was by allowing market trade to happen amongst individuals with limited involvement by the government, you would afford people the economic freedom necessary to have an actual functionally democratic society. I believe we failed.
It's actually about democracy, because this came before democracy, and the term laissez-faire came from the Chancellor of Louis XIV.
I don't know how to spell it.
He understood that a kingdom's glory came from its wealth, and So I can't remember the chancellor's name, but he was asking them, well, what exactly can we do to make your lives easier so you can make more money? And they just said, leave us alone.
Yes.
It was nothing to do with democracy.
And the
that
term
was
laissez-faire was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith. I believe in many of the values of the Enlightenment. I believe society is better when people can make choices about their own lives, when we have control over the society in which we live. I feel as though capitalism hampers some of those opportunities.
Okay, in what way?
Well, for example, I believe that our whether or not we live in a democratic society in a political sense is more or less meaningless when most people will spend most of their days in a workplace that is not democratic. Additionally, the forces of
the hang on before we move on there. The contention, most workplaces are not democratic.
Hey CT, thanks for popping by. We're kind of dying here. We're doing a Vaush stream, and it's anyway, I know you can't stay, but thanks for popping by. I do declare that I appreciate it.
Banks are collapsing, for example. Oopsie. Capital and strong ability to capitalize on an idea. It's not perfect.
The contention, most workplaces are not democratic. Why do they need to be?
Yeah, okay. I like that. I like this. This is a new topic. I feel like I need to go back by myself and get into the not so word salad and the word casserole and kind of figure out what it is that confused me so much there. And then that will take half an hour to discuss in the next stream. Yeah, I was looking. It was, yeah. I saw you there in the chat. I was looking for you. I was like, oh, was CT around here?
I'm pointing that out.
And I did wonder if I stepped in at some point and like just went, what the fuck? And left, but I don't think I did. One of these days we'll come across one that I was in.
Oh, sorry.
You could ask the same thing about society in general. Why does America need to be politically democratic? I think democracies make people happy.
Okay, so places not democratic in Sargon. I'm doing this because we have like 20 minutes left and I'm not ahead of the last time we finished. So I've spent 4 hours doing absolutely fuck all. I think it's been fun though. We just reached something new, spent the whole day going over the stuff Kitteh didn't map but did watch last time. Yeah. Imagine if I just skipped it, it would have been so much better. But why? Yes. But why? Sargon doesn't seem to have a counter argument. Yeah, I don't even know whether there is anything to attack here. Like, because we haven't even fleshed out what Vaush's argument is. Now Sargon's doing the thing of just like, okay, well, yeah, let's just talk about this and this. It doesn't really go, you can survive Vaush, we can, but I don't know how, it'll take a very long time. I think we need a palate cleanser between parts. Andrew, what do you think? I think we need different debates between each part, because there's going to be a lot of these.
We have no choice. We have no choice with society. The societies we live in are the ones we live in. We can't get away from that.
Yeah, that was not a good
why does America need to be politically democratic?
Democratic. Why do they need to be?
I'm pointing that out.
Oh, sorry.
You could ask the same thing about society in general. Why does America need to be politically democratic? I think democracies make people happier.
We have no choice. We have no choice with society. The societies we live in are the ones we live in. We can't get away from that.
We can change society. Wait, why can't we just have a king if democracy doesn't matter?
I didn't say democracy doesn't matter.
He did not say
that. Well, then I think it matters in every place, including the workplace.
Are there no places where democracy is inappropriate?
I think democracy is appropriate in places where it makes life better and not appropriate in places where it doesn't.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question.
Oh, it does. It means that I'm not categorically in favor of democracy in every social structure. I don't think, for example, a family unit should be democratic. Voting on what you get for dinner seems a little bit weird. But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
Every workplace is desirable. I mean,
are you saying that democracy in this country is place in order for democracy to be non-viable there? And you essentially said, yes, if you can just leave. So I ask you, in the EU, you can freely travel across the land borders of those countries. Would it be wrong then for Germany?
Let's see if the cam will work now that I've got the little thing off. I mean, I've got the big screen off. Because you guys can't see me making expressions and things and watching this. Okay. Oopsie. I just want you to move here. You. YouTube overlay. No, not you. Debate. No, you. Yes, you. Move here. Okay. I need to. I don't know what's wrong with me here. Why this is hurting so much. Because it's not. Is it because it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere? Or it's a whole lot of nothing? Or is it just because my brain is nothing, you know? Sargon is arguing against democracy, weird but bullet biting. Yeah, he doesn't like democracy. He's very much against it. Basically, Vaush sets up a dilemma between democracy and capitalism, and Sargon argues against democracy. Yeah. And I just don't understand why we're on democracy instead of, like, I know they're related. Does anyone remember when Vaush was asked about why he doesn't run his own venture as a democratic worker co-op? Oh my God, Nico, in the comments, the people did ask that. They're like, when am I going to get invited to his co-op? Because it's true. Like, the only people that can start co-ops are ones with the resources, so he should be starting it. He should put his money where his mouth is. Guys, I'm sorry. I want us to be somewhere further than the last time. Okay? We're a few minutes more. But it's not working. What is happening? Just try, Chinsia. I think I need to take more breaks in between. So we need to have like mini palette cleansers. Wait, okay, I've got an idea. Vaush has the amazing ability to talk a lot and say nothing. Both of these people are now talking a lot and saying nothing. I have the ability to do that, but at the moment I can't even say anything. I'm not making. What is so difficult about this? What is hurting me so much? Okay? Are we living in that society today? Which it's because a whole lot of fucking nothing is happening here. You know? I don't think a lot is happening here. And it's upsetting me because I'm trying to find what the discussion is. I'm trying to find the relevance and I'm trying to find the meaning and there's nothing. Sorry, CT, you had to come when I was breaking, eh? You just had to come. You just had to, eh? Pull up the whale video. It'll recharge you. You know what, Andrew? I was about to do that. Okay? Let's just do that. I'm just going to search it here because I don't want to open Discord because then it's going to take forever. I don't know that much about Sargon.
Yeah, no, please take the day off, relax.
Fuck this. Okay. What's it called? Whale Kaboom. And I'll just take YouTube window and put you here.
Operation Whale. Kaboom. I don't know if it's gonna make me laugh or cry. Okay. Operation Whale. Kaboom. Graphic video. Is this the thing? Graphic video. Sperm whale explodes. Biolicious cups open carcass. Is that it? No, it's not that, is it? This one. Exploding whale 1970. Which one is it? That's the perfect time. It is too much. Pretty sure he is a monarchist. I forgot if that's democracy with more steps, kind of the old looking one. The exploding whale 1970. Okay. Let's go. I hope it doesn't make me grossed out, but I think it might. Playback doesn't begin when restarting your device. What? Try restarting your device. No, man. I feel like this is not fair. Even the recharging video is not working.
What to do with one 45-foot, 8-pound whale dead on arrival on the beach near Florence?
Hello? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. It won't play? No, guys. I'm rage quitting this stream. Download it. Listenable is the hashtag here. Oh my Jesus. No, guys. You can help? What can you do? You've helped by just being here. Can you just download some RAM for me? Operation Internet Kaboom, yeah. Operation Kitty Sanity Kaboom. Keep this window open to continue. Oh my god, you guys. Oh wait, you can still see me because I thought the camera was off. I was gonna bite the mic. Is my camera also going? Listen, it's gonna be a while before I get a new computer, so we need to fix this. Okay, even if you guys are on the right, are you comfortable that in order to be pro-capitalist, you have to be anti-democracy? That's Sargon's problem here. CT, you're our only hope. Do you have hobos stealing your internet too? No. I will mail you the VHS. It'll be quicker. Okay, I think it's downloaded. They're just... I'm not too sure that that's what in what way would I be anti-democracy? In that it doesn't sit in the way that Vaush says the lack of economic freedom makes democracy. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because with capitalism, there's... we need to diagram that. Sorry, especially with my brain right now. Please, can we just... Okay. Please play!
It had to be said, the the Oregon State Highway Division not only had a whale of a problem on its hands, it had a stinking whale of a problem. What
A
to do
stinking
with
whale.
A 45-foot, 8-ton whale dead on arrival on the beach near Florence. It had been so long since a whale had washed up in Lane County, nobody could remember how to get rid of one. In selecting its battle plan, the Highway Division decided the carcass couldn't be buried because it might soon be uncovered. It couldn't be cut up and then buried because nobody wanted to cut it up, and it couldn't be burned. So dynamite it was, some 20 cases or a half ton of it. The hope was that the long-dead Pacific gray whale would be almost disintegrated by the blast.
Disintegrated?
And any small pieces still around after the explosion would be taken care of by seagulls and other scavengers.
Oh, wow.
Indeed, the seagulls had been standing nearby all day. As everything was being made ready, we asked George Thornton, the highway engineer in charge of the project, for his final observation.
Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is we're not sure just exactly how much explosives it'll take to disintegrate this thing so the scavengers, seagulls, and crabs and whatnot can clean it up.
Is there any chance it might be more than a one-day job?
If there's any large chunks left, and
that's the thing, there's going to be big chunks, dude.
Possibly set another charge.
The dynamite was buried primarily on the leeward side of the big mammal, so as most of the remains would be blown toward the sea. About 75 bystanders, most of them residents who had first found the whale to be an object of curiosity before they tired of its smell, were moved back a quarter of a mile away. The sand dunes there were covered with spectators and land lubber newsmen, shortly to become land blubber newsmen. Blasting blubber beyond all believable bounds.
Get a wild?
All right, Fred, you can take your hand out of your ribs. Here comes
Our cameras stopped rolling immediately after the blast. The humor of the entire situation suddenly gave way to a run for survival as huge chunks of whale blubber fell everywhere. Pieces of meat passed high over our heads while others were falling at our feet. The dunes were rapidly evacuated as spectators escaped both the falling debris and the overwhelming smell. A parked car over a quarter of a mile from the blast site was the target of one large chunk. The passenger compartment literally smashed. Fortunately, no human was hit as badly as the car. However, everyone on the scene was covered with small particles of dead whale. As for the success of the effort, well, the seagulls who were supposed to clean things up were nowhere in sight, either scared away by the explosion or kept away by the smell. That didn't really matter. The remaining chunks were of such a size that no respectable seagull would attempt to tackle anyway. As darkness began to set in, the highway crews were back on the beach burying the remains, including a large piece of the
I downloaded
carcass which never left the blast site. It might be concluded that should a whale ever wash ashore...
This just reminds me of Family Guy. Let me check what... I think... Ooh, CT our only help. Modern... Listen. Modern solution. Blow it up. Hello. It's where a lot of Gen X got 70s with the era of news puns. It's so funny. Lizzo, no! Fuck, you're hilarious. News puns were around even... Yeah, they're amazing. That's the best idea. When you encounter stinky things, spread them around. I'm politically homeless, and I'm fine that way, yeah. Oh, you don't want to turn it up that loud. Oh, sorry, it was very low for me, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I vote funeral pyre. No self-respecting seagull. Okay, one more thing, okay? I'll put it lower. But I do want you guys to... I don't think he'll copyright claim me. I'll cut it out of the stream. But, yeah. This is what I have in my head now. Oh my god, please. So good. That's in my head. I can't get over it. Yeah. I tried to open the Discord. Did you see what happened?
There was a cockatiel who sang Kookee Kookee. The doctor told me that it's not a normal melody. The song had a supernatural ability to cure any sadness for you and me. Oh baby, why don't we go down to the cockatiel, a song that only we know can make us feel alright. Oh baby, why don't we show everybody how we go to the cockatiel? It makes us feel alright.
Cheers, caffeine tweaker. We're almost done here. Good luck editing. Don't do swooshes. The Discord's still not open, guys.
Everybody singing the key Kookee, restoring our faith in humanity. I once was blind, but now I see. We all depend on a key Kookee. Oh baby, why don't we go down to the cockatiel, a song that only we know can make us feel alright. Oh baby, why don't we show everybody
It's still not
how we
open.
go to the cockatiel? It makes us feel alright.
Sorry, guys. I just needed this. I'm so easily entertained. It's a problem. Okay, let's see. What did our Nico do? Where are you? I'm trying to find the edge that it's on so you don't have to see whatever the hell. Oh, Long Johnson. That is a good one too. The Kiffness is the best. Okay. What is this? Where is the memes? Oh god, they're not even loading, guys. No, I'm rage quitting. I'm rage quitting. I closed the chat. We're fucked. No, no, no. Sweet Lord Jesus. Oh god. Guys, I can't even end the stream. There it is. Okay, yeah, I'm rage quitting. Wait, I forgot. Like the stream. I'm out. Oh, thanks. Thanks. CT. Guys, I'm out. I can't handle this. I think we try. Oh, is open bar going to be on now? Okay. I'll see you there. Maybe I'll feel a bit better speaking to you guys there.
I'm not even going to change to the outro because my computer will break. So thank you very much for this absolutely useless stream. It was fun anyway. It was useful to me because it was so much fun. And I think I'm going to have to bring out my other laptop. I don't know what's wrong with this one. I'm going to try some sort of reset or whatever because I don't understand. This shouldn't be happening. Okay, I rage quit this stream.